Hooray.
Alo
I'll
snacks, and welcome to my weekly torment. I'm Jodi. This is the Jodi Jar. Manal's here today. Say hi, Manal.
Hello.
We're gonna play some more Dragon Age today, which also means I have to catch Manal up on everything that happened so far because Manal does not know what Dragon Age is.
I know. I know that I suspect that there's dragons in it.
There are
Got it.
dragons. There's not that many in the first game. That's actually kind of like a thing. We'll talk about it. Um, Hi, Jahil, and hi,
What?
Shiny. Welcome to the stream, both of you.
What do you mean there's no dragons in the first game?
I mean, it's actually like specifically like a plot point that like dragons were thought to be extinct until events of this game. So like at the start of this game, people don't think
Oh.
dragons are around anymore.
Yeah. Oh, so it's the beginning of the Dragon Age. I
So
get it.
no, it's 30 years into the
Oh,
Dragon Age. It's confusing. It's well, I'll get into it. Okay.
well, okay.
So we're gonna start with recapping the game, and also I'm gonna give some like lore information that's like not spoilers, but it hasn't been said in the game yet. But I think it like makes some things more understandable to know it. So
Okay.
Pepper says just like Skyrim, kind of just like Skyrim, but this game came first. Um,
Whoa.
yeah, I guess
Dragon Age clone.
I guess technically, like it's not like Skyrim wasn't the first Elder Scrolls game, so the whole idea of like there used to be dragons but there's not anymore was like not established in Skyrim, but them coming back was established in Skyrim. So, oh, hang on, Pepper's right. I have you leaning off to the side.
Oh
Don't
no.
don't talk for
I'm
a
gonna
second.
fall. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just there we go. I think that's better.
We should make another animation where it's just me falling.
We should. That'd be good. All right. So, Dragon Age. There are these actually let me do this while I have like the main menu open so at least people can look at something. There are these so this is like a kind of a standard fantasy world. Elves and dwarves, etc. Um Specified window is not a game. What do you mean by that? Uh-oh. Hey Pepper.
It's like OBS.
uh yeah,
If
it's
that
Streamlabs.
happens, it means you have to use a window capture instead of game capture.
Why? Like display capture?
Kitty, don't
Window
eat
capture.
rubber bands, please.
How do I do that?
It will kill you.
Plus, like a new thingy.
New thing.
Yeah, window capture should be on there somewhere.
Window capture. Okay.
One of these days, we should maybe figure out a way I can put my kitty on the camera
I would love
because
that.
she's sitting on the desk right now and she's trying to eat rubber bands.
So Pepper, what do I do now?
So make it a new one.
No, kitty, no.
Just add add a new source instead. Okay.
Because I love you. Please stop eating rubber.
Okay. Oh,
It's just hidden.
So, J Hill and Shiny, how's your day?
hey, Pepper, would you mind helping like up here or something?
Was the top thing say?
Window, but there's no option for. Hang on, I'm gonna mute the mic for 1 second.
No worries. I wonder if I'm still soundable. Let's check this stream. Whoa, I am still soundable. It's weird to hear myself echo though. That I turned it off. Kitty, I swear to God. For those who maybe are watching, my cat is trying very hard to eat rubber bands. Not sure why. Maybe she has a rubber deficiency.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that. This was weird technical difficulties I've never had before.
I mean, it sounds pretty dumb. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that's your fault.
Yeah, it was weird. Sometimes it just decides that Dragon Age isn't a game, so it can't. I don't know. It's weird. Whatever. So yeah, Dragon Age. So standard fantasy setting, kind of. There are these things called Darkspawn. They're like the ontologically evil like species in the setting. They're kind of orcs, except less people than orcs are, kind of.
I remember this from when you sent me that very long description that
Yes.
broke my brain for a little bit.
That's fair. So there have like orcs, God, darkspawn always just live underground. They actually, like, when they first emerged, they destroyed the dwarven civilization except for like one city. And now they live just in the tunnels that the dwarves used to occupy. Except there have been 4 things called blights, which is when they erupt from the surface and they just attack the surface world.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You can ask as many questions as you want.
So fantasy races always confuse me.
Yes.
Like, sometimes they're related to each other and they just diverged at some point in history, and sometimes they have nothing to do with each other, and sometimes one of them is an alien. Is it just not explained in this scenario, or is there something going on there?
There are multiple competing theories in universe about most of these things.
But they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. So like, there are the dominant religion is a human religion called Androstianism. Or the Chantry, which holds that, like, the Chantry is basically fantasy Catholicism. It's literally just like
sounds like fantasy Catholicism just from the word Chantry.
Yeah, it's like the way they work is literally just pick one thing about actual Catholicism and then add a twist to it, and now it's a new thing. So like, instead of Jesus, the Son of God, we have Andraste, the bride of the Maker. Okay.
Wow, are we just Mad Libs that shit? That's hilarious.
It is really funny. And what the Chantry says about the Darkspawn is there's a place called the Golden City. And there's a place that used to be called the Golden City. It is now called the Black City. And there's an evil empire called Tevinter, and they tried to usurp the Maker's throne in the Golden City, right? And their
the Golden City like a Garden of Eden?
Kind of. It's
analogy. Okay.
It's like, I'm finding as I'm trying to explain this that there's a million other things I have to explain at every moment. So there's this thing called the Fade. The Fade is like the spirit realm, essentially.
Okay.
The Black City and the Golden City, formerly, are in the Fade, and that is believed to be where you go when you die to be with the Maker.
Okay.
But these
the Fade or the Fate?
Fade. Fade.
Okay.
So, these magisters went to the Black City or the Golden City, and they corrupted it, and then the Maker cast them back out to Earth as the first Darkspawn. That is the current dominant idea, and also, the thing that makes a blight happen as opposed to just Darkspawn just vibing is previously the Maker had taken these old gods that lived as like dragons, and they were buried under Earth, on Earth, because the Maker like got rid of them essentially. When the Darkspawn find one of these dragons, they corrupt it. That dragon becomes what's called an archdemon, and that archdemon leads the blight. Okay. So in the first blight, a group of people called, like, no one had any way to fight them, basically. No one had any way to fight the Darkspawn. Then the group of people who later became called the Grey Wardens figured out ways to fight. And they're just like the Darkspawn fighting people. And they've been around for every blight, and there's like every like culture.
What happened to the dwarves? Or not the dwarves, the what was the ones that lived in who lived in the ground before the Darkspawn?
The dwarves.
The dwarves. What happened to them?
They were almost entirely destroyed except for 2 cities, one of which we're going to go to in this game.
So the Darkspawn, like, just straight up genocided them.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's like, there's a point that's made that, like, when it's a blight for above ground, that's actually the only time they get a respite from having to constantly fight the Darkspawn. So, like, it's a blight for everyone else. It's actually better for them.
Oh, really? So, wait, they're constantly fighting the dwarves?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're just underground, and the dwarves are also underground, and yeah.
Oh, they just want to colonize everything.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. I can empathize.
Yeah. All right, what was I saying? So yeah, there have been 4 blights up to this point, and the Grey Wardens have defeated all of those blights. Because like the Grey Wardens are so necessary for ending the blights for reasons that we don't yet know. like every culture has like treaties with the Grey Wardens that when there is a blight, the Grey Wardens can basically do whatever they need to do to end the blight, and like they will everyone will help them. Um,
Yeah.
this
So
is
the Grey Wardens, are they like chosen ones? How are they defined?
so there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been explained to us yet, but like at the beginning of our story, we get recruited by the Grey Wardens, and we're made to drink Darkspawn blood. And
Oh.
it kills. Like we do it with two other people, both of them die, we survive, and it's like we're basically
Is that
told
typical?
that is typical. Like,
Oh.
but it's like now we have powers, we can sense the darkspawn, and there's other stuff we don't know yet that comes from that. But we also know like this is going to shorten our lives. Like the darkspawn taint will always kill you. It's just it might happen immediately or it might happen after a few decades.
Mm. This is a plot line I see in a lot of sci-fi and fantasy.
Yes.
Most recently, I was thinking about it in Fringe, which was a very strange show. Anyways, go on.
Um, are you with me so far?
Yes, I'm following.
All right.
There's Grey Wardens that end
Mhm.
the blights. The
Yes.
blights are caused by the darkspawn coming out of the ground and fucking shit up.
Yes.
But when they're in the ground, they're fucking shit up just at the dwarfs.
Yes. So at the beginning of this game, the fifth blight is just starting, and it's starting in a country called Ferelden, which is like where this game entirely takes place.
Mhm.
And so the first act of the game is like basically when you build your character, depending on choices you make in character creation, you get one of 6 different prologues. And then after
Okay.
that prologue, you get a sequence in a place called Ostagar, which is the first big battle against the Darkspawn.
Okay.
The main thing to know about that is the king was fighting alongside the Grey Wardens because he wanted glory. And then the Grey Wardens
Okay.
and the king were betrayed by the king's like second in command, and they all died except for us and our one other Grey Warden friend who's like in our party.
Are we technically a Grey Warden?
Like just barely. We were just initiated.
Okay. Does it require more than the darkspawn blood to
Um
be a Grey Warden?
I mean it's also like an organization, so there's like
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So there's bureaucracy to it.
Yeah, but like we don't really have to deal with the bureaucracy because they're all dead. Or all of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden are dead. The organization in the rest of the world still exists.
It's like imagine joining the Freemasons and then all the Freemasons die.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think I follow. So
Okay.
so we start and then because of some a coup, everyone dies except you and one
Yeah.
other guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the game starts.
Yes, after that initial prologue chapter, which I can also explain. Um,
Right.
so we chose to be a Dalish elf.
Okay.
There were 2 possible kinds of elves we could have been. To get Dalish elf and city elves. City elves are so there used to be an elvish civilization called Elvenon,
Okay.
which is where the name elf comes from in universe. And
Hilarious.
yeah, and like they were immortal. They were like at that stage they were Tolkien elves basically. Like
Elves are immortal.
yeah.
I
So
know
like
that.
it's actually like a whole big plot point in Lord of the Rings that like the elves are slowly losing their immortality, and that's why they have to go off to the west.
Oh, that makes
In
sense.
this universe that happened like 1,000 years ago, and now they're all
Okay.
just mortal. Like humans sacked their civilization and basically and this happened multiple times. It's confusing trying to keep them all in place, but like basically nowadays because of like humans sacking their civilization, elves are an oppressed people. And
Okay.
you have city elves who are basically forced to live in ghettos in human cities called alienages.
Okay.
And then you have Dalish elves who are nomadic and trying to keep their traditions alive essentially.
So like the Badawi. Well, yeah, you probably don't. Bedouin.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. And at the beginning of the game, because we chose to be a Dalish elf, we were just in a forest in Ferelden with like our hunting partner, and we stumbled upon some ruins which were weird because it's like ancient ruins, human architecture, elvish writing, and we don't know what to make of that. And
Interesting.
yeah, and we go
How long do the elves live without the immortality? Like,
they
are they still longer than human lifespans?
I believe they just have basically human lifespan now.
Okay.
So
They're
we
just shaped different.
sorry.
They're just shaped different.
They're just shaped different. Like, the thing people keep pointing out is the ears, specifically.
Okay.
So, like, we delve into that, ruin, and we find a cursed mirror, which...
Okay.
It turned like the reason I chose the Dalish Elves is because the cursed mirror, like even this specific one, comes back and becomes very important in the later games.
Okay.
These are called Illuvions. And this particular Illuvion is cursed, and your friend touches it, he disappears, and
Oh god.
what?
Your friend just disappeared.
He disappeared. Like, we pass out, and when we wake up, he's just gone somewhere. We find out that the Illuvion was like an ancient like method of transportation. People transported themselves through the mirrors, but this one's like been tainted by the Darkspawn, and it is.
It just stole your friend.
It just stole your friend. He's somewhere, presumed dead. We've been tainted by the Darkspawn. The leader of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden, Duncan, is there. And he's just like, oh yeah, your friend's probably dead. Also, you're dying. We have to make you a Grey Warden so that this doesn't kill you immediately.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So yeah, and then we go off to Ostagar, and that whole thing happens.
Okay, I think I understand what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about the friend dying from touching a mirror.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because like they keep making a point like, oh, he's just presumed dead. We don't know that he's dead, but this doesn't come back in any game ever. Like he is actually probably just dead.
Or he's trapped in the mirror, which is my initial thought.
So that doesn't seem to be how Illuvions work, at least in the later games.
Okay.
Like in the fourth game, Veilguard, Illuvions are actually like how you get around the world. Like,
interesting.
They become very important, but like this one, it's just like no, it's probably transported him somewhere where he died of the blight, like, or he died of the taint.
Concerning.
Yeah. So we are
poor friend.
Yeah, poor friend. So after Ostagar, we have our mission at this point is basically like we have to continue to fight the blight, even though it's just like the two of us. We have these ancient Grey Warden treaties on us that just like we can use to go to the elves and the dwarves and the mages, and we can be like, hey, please help us.
Mages erased?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Mages are another highly policed class in Dragon Age because using magic is extremely dangerous in this setting.
Okay.
Which I can also explain. But like first, I'm just gonna finish our plot setup. Like,
okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. You're fine. So the like we're tasked to go to the dwarves, the mages, and the elves and ask them for help. And also, Alistair, our other Grey Warden friend, is like, hey, I know this guy. This like Arl, which is basically an earl. It's like it's really weird how they just like they're not earls, they're R's. They're not Arls. They're not barons, they're bands. Like they just keep slightly changing things. It's like, yeah, I know a guy who has a big army. We should go see if he'll help us also, and that is where we are right now.
Cool.
When we got there though, we were told like, oh, by the way, the Arl is sick, like some kind of mysterious illness. He's been wasting away for a few weeks now, and no one knows what's causing it. And also, the dead are rising in the village outside his castle. We really need your help.
I feel like the second thing mattered more than the first.
Yeah. So that's where we are right now. Well, we're about to go help them fight the undead.
Okay. You go into this town and they're like, our king is sick. Also, the undead are rising.
Yes.
But the king, he's really sick.
Yeah. Like, there's kind of like, this is dark fantasy, and in some instances, because of that, they're willing to like, they're willing to kind of go with like, they're willing to kind of question some basic fantasy like setting staples, and then there's other parts where they're just like, no, this earl is popular and that means all the people love him and are really sad he's sick. Don't think about it. All right. And like, so the other thing I was going to explain is, so the Fade, right, and the mages. The Fade is the place where the spirits live. It is where all magic comes from. Mages are able to essentially cast magic by drawing on the Fade. However, that's really dangerous because they can accidentally, like, because they are big conduits of magic, spirits and demons in the Fade really want to get to them. And which is really dangerous in first because just a demon coming out of the fade in the first place is itself a dangerous thing. And second, that means that they can become possessed, which which I mean, it's possession. You know, it is what you think it is. It's bad. So being a mage is just an inherently dangerous thing in this world, and not just for you, but for the people around you. And because of that, mages are highly, highly policed. There is an arm of the Andrastian church called the Templars, who are basically just magic knights who exist to do nothing but oppress the mages. The mages are forced to live only in like what are called circles of magi, just like specific buildings where they live with other mages and with Templars around them constantly. And if we chose to be a mage, that our origin would have been in the circle of magi in Ferelden. A lot of the games, like the second game especially, are really about like how much it kind of sucks to be a mage in this setting. And how
it does sound like really dangerous because you're pulling on. I mean, it kind of reminds me of a family story that is very silly, but we could get to it after you finish.
It's interesting because like the mages, like their whole place in society ends up being probably the most interesting thing about the entire series, but also it ends up kind of being this thing of like, oh, these people are oppressed, but there's actually really a good reason if you think about it. And I don't know. There's weird stuff about that for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will explain my family story that reminds me of that after. But is that all the context we need to get going?
I believe it is.
Okay, I'll ask more questions if they come up.
Okay.
But I can explain the family story while you get the game set up.
Okay. Let's go on into the game. And I hope that was also a useful recap for chat as well. Oh, Zach asked me, have you mentioned the world name and the silly fact that goes with it? Okay, so yeah, this world is called Thedas, Thedas. And the reason for that is that stands for the Dragon Age setting. And that was just their working name for it for a bit. And then they're like, you know what? That actually kind of just works.
That reminds me of Termina in Majora's Mask. It's just such an on-the-nose name for that game.
It really is.
Anyways.
This game about death, you mean? Yeah.
You mean Termina?
Yeah.
I wonder what that could remind you of.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, go on.
The thing I forgot to mention was that mages who live outside the circle are called apostates. This is our friend Morrigan, who is an apostate.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so my family has a story about this guy who was like a great uncle of mine, who
let us pray.
In English can only really be described. I will wait for.
No, you're good.
Who can only really be described in English as like a medicine man.
Blessed art thou who seeks his forgiveness.
No.
And
I'm scared, Mother.
I never met him. He died before I was born. But his library apparently is so dangerous that my uncle went to go check it out one time, and he said he almost got taken away by Jin.
Huh.
We must stay here and be brave.
Very strange. No one knows where the library is anymore. The only uncle I know who's ever been there is dead.
God, the performance right now is even worse than it normally is, and I have everything on low settings, which is baffling.
Yeah, it's like real lagging. I'm not sure what's going on.
That might be because I'm screen sharing to you also.
If it's easier, I can maybe watch. I don't know how to do that. Watch via non-screen share, actually.
If you watched via like the stream on YouTube, that would have a delay for you. So
yeah, the problem is also that I would hear every word twice if I want to hear the game at all.
So many have already died.
You could make the screen share quality like less resolution.
I think it was already at the lowest resolution it could be, but let me give it
or less frame rate.
Let me see about that. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna make it 480p. Is that okay with you, Manal?
Yeah, that's fine. Do whatever you gotta do.
Also, probably 15 FPS.
Like, I don't really need to see the game super well.
That's
as
fair.
long as, like, the only thing I'll say is that if there's, like, words on the screen, if you could read them, because it probably will be pretty blurry for me.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that anyway. Let's
Like you don't have to read everything, just
Yeah.
like the ones that like matter.
It's still stuttering, but a little less, so I'm just gonna go with it. We have a person with a quest here. Let's talk to her.
Sorry. Am I bothering you? I'll try to be more quiet.
Are you all right? Why are you crying?
Those things dragged my mother away. I don't know what happened to her, but I hear her screaming all the time. Everywhere.
How terrible. You poor thing. I wish there was something we could do to help.
And now my brother Bevan, he ran off. I don't know where he is. I'm so scared they got him too.
God, the quality is so bad. All the models look terrible, but
Yeah, the thing that's really interesting is how much it's like lagging, especially considering like I feel like Dark Souls is a much bigger game.
yeah, the
Maybe
thing
I'm
is,
wrong.
like this computer should be able to run this very easily, but the game, because it's so old, wasn't made to accommodate newer systems. So
Oh,
yes, it's like it doesn't matter like how good our computer is, it would have a really hard time running it right now.
yikes.
Yeah, it's not great. All right, don't worry, I'll look for him.
You will? Thank you so much. Please find him.
All right. And Leliana approved of that. That's the thing that I think I mentioned last stream, but I'm just going to say it again. Instead of like a morality meter like some RPGs have, this game just has like how much do your companions like and dislike what you do.
Pepper says, "Would you like me to come over and try to help?"
I think it's fine. Chat, how bad is it to watch? Like, okay, yeah, actually, Pepper, maybe, would you mind? I'm sorry. It is kind of icky, yeah. It sucks so much because, like I said, this computer could definitely run this on the highest settings and then some, but the game just doesn't want to accommodate that.
Very odd.
Yeah.
So where's the settings?
I could run it on a lower resolution, but that wouldn't really... That would help the performance, but it would look even more like crap.
I hate Audrey's headphones. They have weird settings.
Oh.
Turn that off for sure.
I didn't even
You
notice
definitely
that.
don't need vertical sync.
Dale says there are certain decisions that you can still ruin the companion's liking if you do the extent they leave or worse. Oh, that's really interesting of a dynamic. But I
Yeah.
don't really like the concept of the morality meter.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really play fantasy games. I don't really play these like high fantasy kind of environments, or even like the Dark Souls like games. They're just not. I'm not good at games with combat systems like that, so I don't play them that often. But the morality meter always seemed very strange to me, but I do think
Yeah.
it makes more sense for your companions to have like reflections on what you're doing.
Yeah, I think this is a much better system, and it's the way that they've kept it throughout the series, which it's really good because it's like you want to have different party members with you for combat purposes, but you also have to manage like, okay, are these party members gonna like, am I gonna make this party member love me and this party member hate me, depending on my decisions?
Yeah.
Like you have to kind of balance it that way. This game kind of breaks it because you can also just always make party members like you by giving them gifts. So you can have everyone at max approval without that much effort, but the overall concept is really good. It's much better. Fallout New Vegas had a better version even where it's like, it's not even about if your companions like you. It's about like, this is what this faction thinks of you. And it's impossible to make every faction like you. And I think that's really good.
So it's happening even if we stop screen sharing and change those effects. I think you should restart it.
Restart the game?
Yeah.
All right,
Also,
let's-
we could try if...
But that does sound really interesting. Oh yeah, my experience with RPGs is very limited and is very like old school RPGs like Earthbound,
Oh, yeah.
which are really interesting in their dynamics, but it's a much simpler relationship with your companions
Yeah.
and with morality in general. Because like even with Earthbound, despite being a very interesting game with a very interesting story, the story is very linear. You don't really make choices.
Oh, this seems to be
You
fixed.
kind of just happen
Thank you,
to
Pepper.
You have to share
happen.
it again, though.
Oh.
I stopped sharing.
Okay, let me share this again. All right, can you see it again?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
It seems smoother.
It seems much smoother. Thank you so much, Pepper.
You're welcome.
Oh.
I'm good at
Also, I
things.
think this is better settings than you had it on before we left stream. So
Yeah,
it's
we didn't even actually like we got rid of some settings that are supposed to make the game look better, and getting rid of them made the game look infinitely like better. So I don't understand.
We got vertical sync is always an annoying thing because
I
what
think
it tries to do is it tries to make the frame rate more consistent, but in doing that, it also can lower the frame rate because it'll make the game buffer because that actually takes up a decent amount of power. So like whenever I'm streaming, I almost always turn off vertical sync.
That makes sense.
that makes a lot of sense. Also, this game seems like the kind of game that if you add settings to fix the visuals, it's just gonna look worse.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So
Like, unless you redesign the game, I don't think there's anything to do about the visuals.
yeah, so the current setup right now is it's daytime. When it's nighttime, the undead are going to attack. So we have to spend the day just preparing the place for
Walking
the.
corpses. Do you think it's something in the water?
So we have to just spend the day preparing people for when the undead attack, and then after we repel the undead attack, we're gonna go into the castle and see if we can solve the whole problem.
Interesting.
No, we
Still
don't
no
have
sign
the
of them
men
coming back from the castle, Murdoch.
Just keep
Tell them to maintain watch. I don't want a surprise attack before the sun goes down.
Yes, sir. What should we do until then?
Pray and hope for a miracle.
I've definitely heard his voice before.
So you're the Grey Warden, are you? I didn't think they made women Grey Wardens.
Gosh.
This is a weird thing about this game, because I didn't or about this whole setting. I didn't mention the Andrastian church is matriarchal. The Pope is a woman. Like, all the priests are women. And yet, every other power structure, every other social structure is still all about men. And it feels like they just didn't think through what it would mean if the overarching religion that's super important in everyone's lives was matriarchal. It's really weird.
I mean, like, they probably didn't think it through, but there is many societies that exist in the world and have existed in the world that are matriarchal in their religious structure, but not in any other version of their society.
That's fair. That's fair. It's like
it's not abnormal completely, but it's also like I don't think they thought about it. Like,
yeah. Like it's more pronounced in the third game because the third game is much more about macro level politics, where it becomes very clear that like, oh, this like it completely draws the actual. It's much more about this is how the Chantry exerts influence on people's lives, like on like every scale, and the fact that the Pope is a woman is very important. And then still, it's just patriarchy. It's I don't know. It feels really not thought through.
It probably isn't.
I'm not here to chat. What can I do to help?
We need what little armor and weapons we got repaired, and quickly, or half of us will be fighting without either. Owen's the only blacksmith who can do it, but the stubborn fool refuses to even talk. If we're to be ready for tonight, we'll need that crotchety bastard's help.
Why does Owen refuse to talk to you?
His daughter, Valena, is one of the Alessa's maids, so he hasn't heard from her since this whole business started. He demanded we attack the castle, break down the gate, and force our way in. I said it was impossible, but he wouldn't listen. He's locked himself in the smithy now. I can't force him to do repairs. He said he'd rather die first.
I'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate it. If he doesn't help, he'll die like the rest of us. What good will that do anyone then?
Can you hear my slinky in the background?
Possibly?
If it doesn't bother you?
No.
Okay. Just trying to play with something with my hand, so
That's
pay
fair.
attention.
That's fair.
Well, all right.
The graphics don't look as bad now. I don't know
Yeah.
what settings you changed, but they look like less terrible.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't know, like, this is still low settings.
You know what this game kind of reminds me of?
What?
Age of Empires.
Interesting. Isn't that more of like a strategy game?
It's so much more of a strategy game. I don't know why, but the vibes just made me think of Age of Empires.
I can see it, I guess.
I liked that game a lot as a kid. I had a really old version of it that me and my brothers played that I enjoyed very greatly, but it's hard to play now. Like, it's It's for a kind of brain I don't have anymore.
Yeah, I've never been good at strategy games personally.
It was more just fun. It was fun to see the little guys doing shit.
Fair.
Well, all right.
So this was the house of the person who asked us to look for her brother. I thought we'd... Oh. When you approach the dresser, something moves inside. You hear a short, surprised intake of breath and then silence.
Open the dresser.
Yeah. Hello? Is someone in there?
Go away. This isn't your
Go.
home. This is my home. My home, you hear me?
Wait a minute. The stream currently has... Hold on one second. Sorry, I'm just making sure the stream isn't stuck on the options menu because it looks like on my screen like it is. That's so weird. What is happening?
Let me check on my stream. I see the options menu on the stream, but I don't see it on the restream to Discord. So I'm not sure what's going on. That's very strange.
Oh, specified window is not a game again.
Oh god.
Ugh.
This is such a dumb game.
This part hasn't happened before to me.
Oh my god.
Like not on any of the previous streams.
Yeah, it's very interesting that this happens. It's the kind of errors are very
Let's try window capture again. There we go.
Yeah, it works.
Weird
Looks
aspect
the same
ratio.
On both screens now.
Yeah. There we go. Sorry, Snacks. Bevan, is that you?
How do you know my name?
I hope that hasn't been that way for very long, Snacks. I feel like you weren't getting audio probably either that whole time. So I feel like we made it pretty clear. We got a side quest to go check on the blacksmith because he was barricading himself in his home and refusing to help. And now we're doing the quest to find that person that we talked to in the Chantry's brother, rather. So, yeah. I spoke to your sister in the Chantry.
Did she tell
the
you
audio
to
was
take me
fine?
back
Okay.
to the Chantry? Don't make me go back there. I hate that place. I hate it.
Wait, Jay Hill, you saw everything? That's so weird.
That's so interesting. Strange behaviors.
It wasn't on options for you. It was on options in my fucking Streamlabs window.
It was on options in the restream I would have on my other screen. So I don't know.
Like, Jay Hill, did you step away or something and miss like a minute where it might have happened? Weird. Okay, whatever.
Very strange.
Why do you hate the Chantry so much?
Everybody's scared. But they tell me I shouldn't be scared. And they tell me I shouldn't be sad that Mother died. I don't want to be sad. I'm brave. I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to fight them off. I will.
From in there?
No. I just heard you coming and I guess that's not very brave of me, is it? I'll come out now. Alright, I came out. You won't hurt me. Will you? I'll go back to the Chantry if you really want.
Incredibly convincing vocal performance from this person.
My favorite part is that your character looks so stiff as this child is like sadly talking to you.
Yeah, that's the thing about like the interesting thing is like this game came out after Mass Effect and it's by the same studio. And Mass Effect is much more emotive, but this was like self-consciously.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
You see in the Birb, J Hill, this game is like really self-consciously trying to harken back to an older kind of like computer RPG, which is like very stiff and like silent protagonist, and it's very interesting. Later games in the series aren't like that. This is the only one that was really trying to be that kind of throwback, but it's fascinating. Like, it seems like it was a conscious, like, artistic choice to have the main character not emote at all, and it kind of fit. Like, this game was really popular at the time for that reason and for other reasons like it.
Yeah, nostalgia is a motivating factor very often.
First, tell me what you were doing in here.
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Are you sure? Maybe I could help you.
No, I won't tell you. And you can't
I don't have a high enough
you
cunning.
Can't.
Uh-oh.
Bye-bye, little kid.
Oh, he returned to the Chantry to be with his sister. Okay. Let's go talk to her and get our, like, quest reward. Also, I should say, even though this is, like, the framing of this is we have until night to prepare, there's no day-night cycle.
Nothing will happen, yeah.
Yeah, there's no day-night cycle. It's just, like, when we talk to the person in charge and say, like, we finished preparing, it'll just be nighttime then.
Yeah.
Bevan said you were the one who found him. I can't possibly repay you.
Don't worry about it.
The Maker sent you. I just know it. Thank you again.
Oh, Morrigan got a level from that.
I always think it's really interesting when fantasy uses the Maker as God. Because I always wonder, like, why? Like,
yeah. Instead of just saying God or something like that.
Like, where does it come from? Because, like, there are cultures that call God the Maker or the Creator, but, like, why did fantasy latch on to that? Because it's not like it's a medieval thing. It's not like you go to medieval times in, like, Europe, people called God the Maker. Like, they mostly called him God still. Like,
yeah, it's interesting. It feels like I said, like, the Chantry is just, like, Catholicism, but in every detail it's just a slight twist. And then, like, maybe people won't notice it's Catholicism. That just feels like, oh, what can we call him instead of God? How about Maker? Okay, go with that. Like, it's
such a common choice.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
So we haven't leveled up Morrigan yet. I'm just gonna say, because she's a mage, we're gonna put 2 points into magic, 1 point into willpower. Those are the two stats that mages really need. So, and also, we want her to be able to heal us, so I'm giving her the heal spell. All right. Let's continue preparing.
Yeah, I think that's true, Pepper. Pepper says the game is so interesting visually. You can tell when it came out, but its visuals are as if it's older, not as it looks worse, but more that it looks aesthetically older. Yeah. That's what I think. That's what I meant by it looks like it reminds me of Age of Empires. Is it kind of like has the aesthetics that a lot of Age of Empires games had, even though it's a very different game in all of its form.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Go away. Curse you! Leave me in peace! You've already taken everything out of my stores. There's nothing left.
I like Morrigan's little shrug.
Yeah.
Is this Owen, the blacksmith? I need to speak with you.
Huh? Who is that? What do you want? I've been through enough.
Poor guy.
I prefer not to speak through a door. Can I come in?
Certainly not. I don't know you and I don't want to.
I don't have a high enough cunning yet.
Off you go.
Ugh. Please, I just want to talk to you.
All right. I don't know why you're so determined. Yeah, I'll get the...
I don't know why you're so determined. It's not as if our lives rest on this or anything.
Pepper, I was thinking the same thing. That woman is quite exposed boobily.
She really is. I'm going to get her new armor as soon as I can.
It's like someone set a brewery on fire.
Somebody's been drinking.
So I let you in.
Oh.
You wanted to talk. Now we're talking. Mind telling me who you are?
My name is Slurge Balls, a Grey Warden helping ban Tegan.
A Grey Warden,
What
is
is your name, Slurge Balls?
It takes all kinds.
1 second.
Funny, you didn't sound like an elf through the door. Can't say I expected that. Anyhow, my name's Owen, though you might already know that. Care to join me as I get besotted? Or is there something in particular you wanted?
Alright, my name is Slurge Balls because on the channel, my character's always Slurge Ballsner, but we didn't have enough characters, so I just Slurge Balls.
Wait, I have more questions now.
Like, my Dark Souls character was also Slurge Ballsner.
Why?
It's just a thing at this point. It's how we've been doing it, and it's fun. It's a funny name.
Yeah, it is very funny. It's just, it's very different.
Yeah. Pepper, to answer your question, this is my starting armor, and because I started as a rogue with very low strength, I don't have the stats to put on any other armor. That's why I've been putting so many points into strength, even though it's bad for my build. I desperately want to not be wearing this armor bikini anymore.
Yeah.
Why have you locked yourself in the smithy?
My girl, Valena, is one of the Alessa's maids, and she's trapped up there in the castle, but the mayor won't send anyone for her.
Oh, don't do the close-up.
She's been my life since my wife passed on 2 years ago. Now she's dead, or soon to be. I don't care what happens to me or the village, or anyone.
I will rescue your daughter.
It'd do me the world of good to think maybe someone like you could go in and find her. Provided any of us live through the night.
What about the militia? They need your help.
If you look for Valena, I'll reopen the smithy and make some repairs for the militia. I can do that much.
I'll do my best.
Not good enough. Murdoch said the same damn thing, and I didn't believe him either.
You were asking a great deal, you wretched little man.
I want a promise. Promise me that you'll look for her. That you'll bring her back to me if you can.
I promise you, I'll find her.
I'll accept that. It's something to hope for, at least.
Oh, lovely. Shall we next begin rescuing kittens from trees?
Right,
Oh,
then.
shut up.
That's
seems
Morgan's
I have
whole
some
thing.
Work to do relighting the forge, and I suppose I'll have to find some iron. Maybe at the mill. Oh, Murdoch just better send his men here as soon as possible if I'm going to get to all these repairs and get them done by nightfall. If you need anything done, well, just let me know. I've got a lot to do now, so you'll have to excuse me.
So Morgan is actually a really interesting character, but a lot of the time when you bring her out with you, she's just like, oh, you're doing a good thing? That's stupid. Why don't you do bad things instead? But then, like, when you're actually in conversations with her, she's much more interesting than that. I don't know why they did that way.
Yeah, she's supposed to be the mean girl.
Yeah. I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
Have you ever been hunted by the Chantry?
My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes, by Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin once more.
Fun? You found it fun?
I found the game fun. I was too young to understand the truth behind what was happening. Flemeth would warn them once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and lure the Templars deeper into the wilds and to their doom.
Flemeth used you as bait?
'Twas a game, and I a young girl. If I didn't get to play, I would have been very upset. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere, and we would be lost
So,
in the forest.
here we are.
Again.
Welcome back,
I
Jay
did not
Hill.
understand the danger we faced until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thank you for liking the stream, Pepper. Don't you regret hurting any of those men at all?
Would they have regretted hurting me? I was a young child. Yet do you think they would not have gleefully held my head aloft as a trophy? There are no trials for apostates, no prisons, no mercy. There are only absolutes, so only survival matters. If the wilds have taught me anything, 'tis this. First, you must survive. Do you disagree?
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Welcome Slavic, and also thank you for liking the stream. So this is like, I have to choose between role-playing and like not losing all my influence with Morrigan. I can say you're probably right and have her be like, yeah, approval goes up. Or I can be like, that's a weird thing to say and have her approval go down. I don't know. I have no opinion on the matter is maybe the worst thing I could say from both perspectives. You're probably right. I'm going to say because my character probably doesn't have a lot of love for the Chantry.
An enlightened view, or at least an agreeable one. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task at hand.
Morgan, that was still Morgan disapproves -3. Okay. I'm doing okay, Slavic. How are you?
Pepper tried to toxify you.
I know,
and then
I saw.
Failed.
Fuck you, Pepper. I flip Pepper off in real life.
I was trying to make fun of Pepper in chat while you were doing cutscene, but for some reason YouTube wouldn't let me type in chat.
Oh, weird.
It's working now. I don't know what was wrong. I don't like Morgan's
Well, it looks like Owen's finally doing the repairs we need.
Sorry.
The damn fool is falling over drunk and still manages to make smithying look easy. Good enough, I say. I'll send one of my men to inform Bantegan the militia is ready for battle.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just saying, I think Morgan is kind of brash in ways that I think are a little bit annoying, but I'm sure it will reward itself in some ways. But also, despite her outfit kind of sucking as armor, I do want that shirt.
Yeah, me too. It's like I don't like the actual visual design in this video game, but it's an outfit I want in real life. J Hill, that was a one-off. I don't think we're gonna do the switching Jodi and Manal in the jar thing, just because that's a little bit. I don't want to have to figure it out right now.
And that would be something we would have to plan ahead of time.
I mean, honestly, like it would probably just be turning a couple things off and on, but I don't want to bother right now.
Yeah.
Okay, persuade. We're not only ready, Murdoch. We're going to win.
We'll do our best. We'll fight until we can't fight anymore. However long that is.
I still need to speak to Sir Perth.
You'll find him and his men at the mill by the bridge, to the north. Right. Let's hope we see morning.
The thing that's really hard for me about fantasy games, other than the combat systems, which I deeply struggle with, is there's so many names.
Yeah.
Like, how does everyone know who the fuck you're talking? I can't remember all the names in Zelda games, and they're usually the same names over each game.
Yeah, it's
lovely.
For me, at least, it's something I kind of get used to, but I can understand why it would be difficult or annoying.
I'm bad with names in real life. Like, I meet someone, and then they'll be like, "Oh, it's nice to see you again." And I'm like, "Oh, it's nice to see you. What's your name again?"
Yeah.
I just like I have classmates who I've
So tell me something,
been in
Morrigan. Did you
class
live there
with.
in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there. No one else.
Mother occasionally had company.
What? Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
Oof.
Okay.
But yeah, no, like even in like real life, I struggle really badly with names. Some games, and like a lot of these fantasy games, all the characters looks very similar to each other.
Yeah.
Like their outfits might be different, but their faces are just some white guy, and I can't tell white guys apart in real life. Like I don't know how I'm supposed to do it in a fantasy game. It's actually a really funny problem I run into, which is like there's like a few different white women that are like tangentially related to my life, and when I like every time I like every time I like met them.
You were gonna help us.
Oh, what? I was just changing out my party. I didn't think this would count as me leaving the area. Oh. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, it looked like you were. If you did leave, I doubt we'd still be here when you got back. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
that was real creepy.
I didn't know that would happen.
Very strange.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of like white women in my life that are like cis bi white women. They're like there's like an archetype in my head of these people now, and all of their names kind of mash into one. So like every time I meet one of them, I'm like what's your name? Sarah, Ashley, Megan? I don't know. One of those. And oftentimes I'm like the list is not even wrong. Like they're usually on the list.
From the castle?
Anyways.
No, all is still as it has been for days.
I just think it's really funny.
Unnatural stillness, as though there is naught in there but death.
Say no more. The Arl lives, and I will not listen to your inauspicious chatter.
Sorry, you were saying?
I was just saying, there's an archetype in my head of cis bi white woman that's usually has the most basically ass bitch name, and I not in like they're bitches, like in the like whatever.
I know what you
Anyways,
mean.
it's really funny to me because it's always like I can list all of the names in my head, and they're always on the list. They're never not on the list.
Greetings, Grey Warden. I am as relieved as Ban Tegan is to see you here. I must admit, I do not know how to address an elf in your position. I do not wish to be rude.
If you choose an elf, there's a lot of microaggressions in this game.
Yeah, I don't know how to address an elf who has power, so I'm just gonna say that instead of being normal.
Yeah. Call me whatever you would call a human?
Please take no offense then, my good woman, for I meant none. I am Sir Perth,
I hate this
recently
guy.
in direct service of Arl Eamon of Redcliffe. For now my charge is defending the village from these evil assaults. Would that I had chosen not to seek out the urn of sacred ashes. Perhaps I would have fended off whatever evil befell the castle, or perhaps I would be dead. Ah well, with the Grey Warden aiding our defense, perhaps all is not lost.
Is there anything I can do to help?
We have sufficient armor and weapons, but my knights are too few to stand against the monsters without assistance. Perhaps you could approach Mother Hannah in the Chantry for some holy protection against these evil creatures. Otherwise, I do not know what else you could provide beyond your own talents. We're as prepared for the onslaught as we could possibly be, all things considered.
I'll see what I can do.
That gladdens my heart to hear it.
Carry
on. As you wish, Grey Warden. Make a watch over you.
So I actually remember liking how this quest goes.
Is the dog part of your party?
Oh yeah, I forgot. The dog is one of the possible party members, but you normally don't want to bring him with you because you could have a party member who actually can speak and has opinions instead. But there's a mod, a very popular mod, to add him as like the 5th party member. And also, by the way, we named him Smidge Philbus.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there's a mod to add him as like the 5th party member, so you still get like the gameplay benefits, and you don't have to worry about losing out on like a human party member.
He's a big dog.
He's a big
I
dog.
like dogs.
Yeah, dogs are good.
I think I was watching a TikTok about this lady who had a dog. And I kept going to Audrey and being like, Audrey, that lady's living the best life. And Audrey's like, she just has a dog. And I was like, the best!
You are of elven blood and a stranger, yet you defend a home that is not your own. We are grateful for that.
Damn, bitch! You're a stranger and ugly.
Yeah.
But you're grateful.
Yeah. Tempted to say I don't need a human god's gratitude, which, yeah. Is there a reason I shouldn't help?
Many elves claim we wouldn't do the same in return. I would like to think that is not true, but I cannot speak for all.
Hashtag not all humans.
I am revered Mother Hannah, head of this chantry, which for the moment is a place of refuge for these poor villagers. They are terrified of tonight's attack, and I fear these walls will not keep them safe. What can I do to help with your task?
Sir Perth needs holy protection for the knights.
I have done all I can for them. I pray for them each night and seek the Maker's forgiveness for their sins before they face their deaths. What Sir Perth seeks is something that is not in my power to give.
What do you mean?
Sir Perth believes that I can protect them against these creatures, a shield only the Maker can provide, and that I withhold this power.
Well, can't you just tell him the Maker will watch over him? Morale is a powerful thing, you know.
You mean you want me to let them think the Maker protects them in a real sense? I will not lie to them like that.
But if they think it helps them... Oh, sorry, what were you going to say?
I mean, like, you don't have to lie. You could just be like, yo, I'll pray for you.
Yeah. I mean, she says she's done that already. It's just that, like, he thinks that that's not, like... He thinks she's not doing all she can.
I see.
But if they think it helps them...
I cannot do it. I know that their own faith may inspire them, But these men need to find confidence on their own. I simply won't lie to them. Now, please.
Oh.
Let me tend to these
I
poor
really
folk.
need to up my stats.
I must do what I can. And I suggest you do the same.
I wonder if I can go to him and lie and be like, oh, yep, she blesses you. Mm-hmm, totally. Don't ask her. Also, welcome back to the stream, Shiny.
Well, Pepper has sent pics.
Wait, Manal, did you not meet Samson when you were here?
No.
Huh. We might have just been
I
like...
didn't know there was a dog at all.
Oh.
I just hung out in your room.
That's fair. We might have just been like, oh, he's gonna jump all over you and it's not worth it.
I would have loved that.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
love dogs.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The Knights of Redcliffe are ready to fight at your disposal.
Jodi, I'm sending you the pictures. You should show them on stream.
Should I? Okay. You said you wanted holy protection.
Have you spoken to the revered mother? Has she offered anything?
Mother Hannah does not believe she can help you.
I see. Then I suppose we must simply rely on our own prayers. The Maker will not help us. Thank you for your efforts. We shall fight on, nevertheless.
You mentioned something about an urn?
When the Isle fell sick, we were at a loss. Nothing worked to cure him, and he just kept getting worse. Finally, our lesser Isolde came up with a plan. The Urn of Sacred Ashes is a legendary artifact said to hold great healing powers. If found, it might save him.
They say the followers of Andraste smuggled her ashes out of Tevinter and hid them in Ferelden. The urn's never been heard of since.
We knights volunteered to seek it out. Few of us have returned. Many are still out there, unaware of what is happening here.
Just what was the Jarl sick with?
We were never certain. He thirsted for water and then grew weaker and weaker. We brought in a mage, but even that did nothing. The Arlessa believed he was cursed and that we needed the power of Andraste herself, or he would surely perish.
Why did the Arlessa believe anyone could find the urn?
The Jarl once employed a scholar, Brother Genetivi. He had proof the urn was in Ferelden, or so I was told.
Can no one find the other knights and bring them back?
Eventually, perhaps. The ones I have here were those near enough to recall within the last few days. I only returned myself because I was passing by Redcliffe and heard the news of strange attacks.
So the knights left the castle defenseless?
Not at all. A great number of soldiers remained in Castle Redcliffe. I wonder if they perished there and were transformed into these things. The thought chills my blood.
Carry on.
As you wish, Grey Warden. Make a watch over you.
So let me see. I think that's all we can do right now. So I guess we should just fight the undead.
Jodi,
yes, Pepper.
show the pics.
Fine, I'll show the pics.
Do you know how?
Wait, did you send them on Discord?
Yeah.
Because they're not here.
I sent them to you.
Send them to me.
Yeah.
I see, you did send them to me. That's the one that we made into that emote. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
How do I do this?
So click on the image, and then just do the display capture.
Okay. Oh, hang on.
My friend texted me kind of out of nowhere. She is my only... Oh my god, puppy!
Okay, yeah, give me a sec.
Wow! Oh my god! Wow!
He's a good boy.
He's so pretty.
This is his favorite spot in the house. Right by the window on top of the...
so right. Oh my god.
He's the best. He also loves to attack Pepper and I whenever we, like, hug or, like, look at each other or wave at each other or exist in the same room as each other. He loves to attack me in those circumstances. I don't know why.
Wild.
Yeah.
He's so cute, though.
So cute.
The thing I was saying was my friend kind of out of nowhere texted me. She's my only friend left from high school, and she's just like, you want to hear some gossip? And damn, she knows me so well.
Did you want to hear some gossip?
Yeah, I always do. I'm a chismosa through and through.
Hi, Judith.
Hi,
Welcome to the
Judith.
stream.
I love gossiping. It's one of those things that me and Audrey had like a lot of conflicts over when we first started dating because like white people just don't know how to gossip in any sort of fun way, and find it very like bad. But I don't think it's bad. I just think it's different than whatever white people do. But we had to talk about it because she's like gossiping is mean, and I'm like, no, it's a useful way to know what's going on in your world.
Yeah. Like, I think there is a version of it that can be mean, but I think a lot of people don't draw the distinction in the way that they should. I don't remember who this guy is.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Nothing for now. Okay, I guess he does
Very
nothing.
well.
All right, cool. Whatever.
Yeah, the gossip is my best friend from high school who hates my guts now and hasn't spoken to me in over 10 years, is getting married.
Oh.
And yeah, Judith, my family, we're all gossipers. But yeah, no, my best friend from high school is getting married, and I'm worried about her getting married for reasons that my friend who's still friends with her is also worried, which is like she's the kind of she dated this guy in high school who she was in love with. She loved him very, very deeply. He was gay. And the next guy she dated looks like him and sounds like him and talks like him, and she's marrying that guy. I don't think it's gonna go well.
Very interesting.
And neither does my friend. So we talk about it sometimes. Also, like, Amy's like my friend is this like stuck in this place in life, and she has been since high school where she just like doesn't really want to grow, so she just doesn't. And so every one of those for that friend group is just like, is like still stuck in the same mindset as high school. And so like Iridian, who's the friends who still talks to all of them, like hates being around them at this point. She kind of just stays friends with them because she likes to know what's going on, but like every time she talks to them, like it's like this it's like talking to someone in high school while you're an adult. Like it just doesn't work. Doesn't make sense. Well, Amy's not a beard. Like the guy she's dating, I'm pretty sure is straight, but like the guy she wanted to date the gay guy, and the gay guy is obviously not dating her. So she dated this other guy who just honestly, we all call him like a B-list version of the other guy.
That's
which is very funny.
Interesting.
It's more of just like the things that she liked about him were all the things she liked about the other guy, except they were slightly worse. Like I'm sure he's a great guy in his own right, and from what I've heard, he is pretty nice. But like the things that she asked, like she was like, "Oh, this guy is cool," was all the same things.
Pepper, do it.
Pepper,
do
I
it.
would love to complain with you. Can we gossip about our horrible high school friends?
Ready for nightfall. Excellent news.
Tell me more about yourself.
This is hardly the time to be discussing personal details, don't you?
I didn't even think about what I was
We'll have to
selecting.
fight for our lives very shortly.
That's true.
I mean no offense. I just don't want to spend what little time we have left chatting instead of preparing.
I want to discuss the situation with you.
Of course.
You have some of Arl Eamon's knights here?
I have those few who returned from their quest. You know of this, yes?
Their search for the Urn of Sacred Ashes?
Yes, I question Isolde's decision to send so many knights in search of this relic. But I am a practical man, whereas she is a woman of great faith. Sir Perth was one of the knights sent on
That's a questionable thing to
Perhaps you
say.
should speak to him if you wish to learn more.
What exactly are these things that attack the village?
I do not know. They seem to be walking corpses, men with rotting flesh that continue to attack even with the gravest injuries.
Undead? Spirits possessing the dead. There could be several causes behind such a thing, none of them pleasant.
So what happens after this battle is over?
Hopefully we can find the source and stop it before it causes any more damage. With luck, we'll also find Eamon and be able to help him.
I should get back to work.
Very well. Luck be with you, my friend.
Do I have to talk to Murdoch, I guess? I thought I'd talk to him to advance the quest.
Judith, Pepper, Jodi, and I should all just have a call at some point where we just gossip. That sounds like a lot of fun.
It does.
But yeah, most of my high school friends, Pepper, I knew since kindergarten. I'd known my entire life, and all of them fucking dropped me. All of them, all at once, all of them. And the only one who didn't was Iridian, who I met in freshman year of high school. And she didn't drop me because I'm great. To be honest with you, I'm great.
You are great. Yeah, I had similar, like, nothing as dramatic as everyone dropping me. Just kind of like I didn't really have that many like relationships in the first place, to be honest. I just had a really hard time like connecting with people for a lot of my life.
For me, like, to give you, so I was in the same school district from kindergarten till the end of high school. So I knew a lot of people who had known me for a while. Generally, Peppers is claiming it was because he was upset about how I was ignorant in the past and left to hang out with racist instead. Yeah, that sounds like that kind of thing, Pepper. And then Judas says, all my friends dropped me halfway through senior year. I lived literally no friends. For me, what happened was, so I didn't really have any actual friends until about 8th grade. I knew all of these people, but no one was actually my friend. I just kind of was like vaguely going through school. And then I made friends. I'll get back into it after this cutscene.
Yeah, sorry. The door is locked and looks as if it has been recently repaired. Hello? No one answers your call. Pick the lock on the door. You failed to pick the lock. It is now hopelessly jammed. Whoops. I really need to up my stats. Knock on the door. There is no response. Break open the lock.
Wonderful. Intruders. I hope you have a good reason for breaking and entering into my home.
I apologize. I don't mean any harm.
Apology accepted. The name's Dwin. Pleased to meet you. Now get out.
What are you doing shut up in here?
Surviving. We have supplies to last for quite some time. And my boys and I can swing a weapon better than any of those fools out there.
You should be out there helping defend the village.
Why? When did this town ever rush to my rescue?
I think I'll be going.
Good. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
So back to my story. So I started becoming friends with them in around 8th grade, because of a guy named Brandon, who, he was really nice to me. I like fell in love with him. I was like deeply in love with this guy for like 5 years. I still have dreams about him, which concerns me, but that's just something that my brain does, I think, because he's a formative experience in my life. But, anyway, so I joined the friend group in about 8th grade. We all went to the same high school, and we were like, it was like a mostly guy group, but with me and Amy being the leader, and it was like, we were one of the guys kind of thing, but like also,
I am
Amy
led to
was like,
understand that the Canary have their own mages as well. Is this so?
You would not understand.
Not understand? Is it mental capacity that you believe I lack? Or are you worried I will sympathize with my so-called brethren?
Take your pick.
Is that supposed to make me angry?
It means I find myself wishing that your people held proper, civilized attitudes towards magic.
That is a rather hostile thing to say.
And yet you continue speaking. Astonishing.
Okay, sorry.
Incredible.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I joined the friend group. Things were mostly okay. I was kind of always on the periphery. But like I was the mom friend. I was the one everyone went to when they had shit going on in their lives. And Amy was my best friend. And in 8th grade,
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do one more quick conversation.
No worries.
And then we're gonna have the fight, which you can mostly talk over.
The repairs are underway surprisingly quickly, considering how drunk Owen is. We may just make it.
Is there anything else I can do?
We could use some extra bodies. Having a veteran like Dwin in the militia would help a lot, but he flat out refuses.
I want to discuss something else.
There's not much time before sundown.
I'm ready to make my stand. Let's wait for sundown.
Are you sure? There's still time left if you need to talk with Sir
Make sure you
Perth or
bring
do
more
anything
maca
else.
next time.
See you in the burb, Judith. No, I'm ready now.
Then good luck to you.
No, I'm ready now to do nothing.
Is there any more cutscene I'm waiting for? Oh, there's cutscene.
Yeah. Windmill.
Oh no.
By the way, when you actually see what the undead look like, you're probably gonna laugh. It's a very silly model.
Get to your positions! Make ready!
Oh, game crashed.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Okay, so back to my story. So my senior year of high school, the first thing that happened was Brandon fell in love with some girl he met like twice. I was like really upset about it. He kept talking to me about it, and I was like, you need to stop. Like, because he knew I had feelings for him. He just didn't like. He sucked. He sucked. He lives in the same state as I do now, which is and very very like in similar like area. But I have never ran into him, and I'm so glad. And then so that happened, and then my uncle died. My uncle, and he was also my godfather. He kind of died pretty unexpectedly. And like I found out, I got up early to go do something for class, get ready for class. Took a shower, I was feeling good about myself, and I just like heard my mom crying. Like that's how I found out.
Surprisingly quickly, considering how drunk.
Sorry, you can keep talking. We've already seen this conversation.
We may just make it.
Yeah. And so it was this
Are
whole
you sure?
thing, and
There's still time left if you need to talk with Sir Perth or do anything
my
else. Then good luck to you. You'll need it.
and so I was like doing really poorly. Also, all of my family had to go help with the funeral. My godfather lived in Miami, so they had to go to Florida to go help. But I had to stay back for school, so I was like alone for a week before I went myself to go to the funeral, and then I came home earlier than everyone else because my aunt who was married to my godfather, who is my dad's sister, and so they're the closest siblings, so he wanted to go help, which that makes sense. I don't fault him. It just means that I was home alone for a lot of it. I was like 17. It wasn't a big deal, but it was also like I just lost a important family member. So it was really hard, and I tried going to my friends. I tried going to Amy and being like, oh, this is a really shitty time.
This is the undead model I was talking about. I've always thought the hat was very silly looking, especially when you're looking at them from above.
It is very strange.
Yeah. Sorry, continue.
Well, all right.
But yeah, so I told all my friends about it. My friends were like, we don't really care. At some point, like I tried talking directly with Amy, like communicating that I was upset about her reaction to my godfather dying and like how I was really struggling and I really needed help. And she was like, I'll never forget this. She said to me, there's a time and a place to talk about things like that. And I was like, there's not, though. Like, when people die, it just sucks. Like, there's no right time to talk about death. It just sucks.
Yeah.
And she said she'll work on it and that she'll get better, and she never did. And eventually culminated into, like, I had a panic attack so bad in class that I, like, nearly passed out and hit my head. And like, I ran out of class. It was a whole thing. And I went to the school counselor, and she's like, how are you doing? And I was like, well, here's all the things that are going on. And also, like, Brandon started dating a different girl that year, and he told me very excitedly while we were sitting next to each other in class. It was a whole thing. And so the counselor was like, so what's going on? And I was like, told her about Brandon. And she's like, yeah, that doesn't sound like all of it. And she also found out, like, I wasn't eating really much at all. I would go days without eating. I would go days without sleeping. I was really stressed out very, very often. It was also like just, yeah, it was also just like it's senior year, you know, like it's just a hard time in your life. There's a lot of transitions happening at once. Anyways, so things didn't really improve in the friend group, and it got to a point where a lot of bullshit happened, but ultimately it ended up where me and Amy were hanging out, helping to babysit one of our teacher's kids, because that's something we used to do together. And I found out while we were there, when she was talking to our teacher, that her brother had ALS. I had known her brother for most of my life at this point, and she didn't tell me. Ever. And I was so upset. I was like, well, like, I understand that, like, this is, like, maybe not something you want to talk about all the time, but, like if, like, you should. Your brother's dying. And also just, like, you matter to me, and if you're not going to tell me things like this, if you don't think that I'm trustworthy enough.
Attacking the barricades! We need help!
Knights, stay here and guard the path.
Come on, we need to hurry!
Sorry, continue.
You're fine. But like, so it got to a point where I was like, if you don't feel like you can trust me with these kinds of things, I don't know why we're even friends. And she's kind of like, looked very like frustrated with me. And I was like, I love you, Amy, I love you a lot, but I don't know how to do this. I don't want to do this anymore, actually. I think we should maybe stop being friends. And I didn't expect it to go as poorly as it did. But after I stopped talking to Amy, everyone stopped talking to me. It became very clear very quickly that most people in that friend group kind of just tolerated my presence and didn't really want me around. And they were kind of glad I was gone because I was really bumming everyone else out. It was a whole thing, and I started college kind of with almost no one. Who I called a friend.
I'm sorry, that's really hard.
It sucked. It sucked. And like the thing that's like kind of complicates the story a little bit further is that I wrote these letters to Amy when I was concussed. Okay, so like also like a month after that friend breakup, I started college. My second week of school, I broke my face. I got hit by a bike and I landed on my face and I broke it in 4 places. And I got a concussion, as you might expect. And this concussion basically, I don't remember anything that happened about a month or before or after that day. And in this time, I wrote a letter to her. I think I actually wrote a couple. And I think I sent them, but I don't know what I said. I don't know what's in the letters. I don't know what I meant to say. I don't know what I was trying to say. I have no idea. I sent these letters. And I think kind of made everything worse because now they were all thinking that I was also in love with her, which sucked. And then we didn't talk for a while. A year later, her brother died. I brought flowers to her parents' house. I was expecting to hand them to her parents and not to her, but her parents weren't there and she was. And I handed her flowers and I was like, sorry for your loss. And I left. And then she texted me afterwards and it was like, it was sort of an apology, but the apology basically ended with, I don't think it's worth doing anything differently going forward, though. Let's just stay not being friends. And none of them have talked to me since. I talked to Brandon a couple times since, but I'm not really sure if he like was trying to be my friend or if he was just trying to placate me. But he hasn't really made effort to talk to me in like 5 years, so I assume it was the latter. The only person I still talk to is Iridian, who's the person who texted me, and everyone else I fell away for lots of, like, all of them stopped talking to me. And like the only one that did, the one person did reach out to me eventually, Blanco, his name's Daniel, and we called him Blanco, and he reached out after a breakup because he wanted like support, And I was like, you know, we could do what we used to do in high school, go to the park and talk. And he was like, I don't really feel like making my way out to your part of town. And then the next day I saw him like on Snapchat at my friend Anthony's house, or my ex-friend Anthony's house, and Anthony lives like 4 blocks from my house. So he just didn't want to tell me the truth. And so I told him, fuck you, and I blocked him. And yeah, none of them talk to me anymore. I used to talk to Amy's ex, Nolan, a lot, because we were somewhat close, and like, being both queer, we had like that in common. But like, Nolan, like, I don't know, like, we got into a fight once because I was talking about someone who had assaulted me, and he like was like, oh, you think you're having a bad day, and then said something else, and I was like, fuck you.
Yeah, what a fucking response.
Yeah, it sucked. It sucked. The whole situation was really awful, and it's really I don't know why they reacted that way to me. I don't know why they thought it was such a bummer, but
sorry, cutscene. Sorry.
No worries.
And though this victory came at great cost, we must remember none of us would be here were it not for the heroism of these good folk beside me. I thank you, dear lady. Truly the Maker smiled on us when he sent you here in our darkest hour.
There is still much more to do, Bantegan.
Surely these people deserve some small celebration, don't you think? There is time yet.
Let us bow our heads and give honor to...
Which, by the way, we did really badly in that battle. Like, we lost most of the named NPCs we had.
Sir Perth, valiant knight in the service of Arl Eamon of Redcliffe, we salute you. Murdoch of Redcliffe, mayor and beloved father, we salute you.
You and so many others who have perished here, walk with he who is your maker. Long may you know the peace of his love.
Remain silent.
With the Maker's favor, the blow we delivered today is enough for me to enter the castle and seek out your Arl. Be wary and watch for signs of renewed attack. We shall return with news as soon as we are able. Now we've no time to waste. Meet me at the mill. We can talk further there.
All right, you can go back to talking. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Pepper, it was really tough. It sucked a lot. It was really hard. I'm like, a lot of like my I had a lot of issues that came from this group of friends and because of this group of friends and the way that they dropped me. But like I was very toxically masculine in high school, and part of it was because of this friend group was like very like anti-girliness, at least for me. And so it was this thing that like if I did ever wore like quote unquote girly outfits or anything, like they would make fun of me, they would take pictures of me, it was a whole thing. It was really upsetting. And I would like always have an excuse if I was dressed up in any sort of girly outfit, to like make it seem like it wasn't my choice, because if it was, then they would make fun of me worse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it sucked. And there was also just like, you know, there's a lot of things that like I was always that girl that wasn't really a girl because she was too ugly. There's a lot of things this group fucked me up with. There's also like the fact that Brandon like kind of led me on the whole time, but like then got mad at me when I was interested in him, and it was a whole thing. And it's like everything about this sucked. This friends,
like
but it was also it was my only friends my whole life were these people. Like, I never knew anyone else, and I didn't think I could have other friends. I didn't think I could have better. I didn't think anyone else wanted me. And I know better now, but it was one of those things that I was just like, I say this jokingly, but I also somewhat mean it. Being ugly in school, it destroys you. It's a kind of trauma that breaks your brain. Like people say that I'm like attractive, and I'll be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
If it helps, I mean, you really, really are.
I appreciate that. But you know, I don't know how to believe it. And maybe eventually I will, but
I'm hoping you will. And like I know what that's like also. Like I have a hard time believing that I'm attractive, even though everyone says apparently that I am.
Yeah. It sucks. It sucks having that mentality and that mind space. Like it's just not pleasant. Thank you, Pepper. You're very sweet. Yeah, I agree with you. Jodi is also very attractive. I enjoy looking at Jodi very, very, very much. I sometimes just scroll through the pictures you have sent me and just stare at you longingly.
Oh, that's really sweet. Fuck.
Happens a lot when you're already asleep and I'm like, I wanna see Jodi, but I can't see Jodi, so I just pull up pictures.
Oh.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting this kind of sweetness on like just the stream. Thank you.
I don't know. I like looking at you. Your face is good. I don't know what you want from me.
I guess I have no choice but to believe you somehow.
Yeah. I have to get going in like 10, 15 minutes because I have to go to a Mardi Gras to meet my metamor. I'm a little nervous about because I don't know anyone at this party except my partner and Audrey, my other partner who I'm bringing.
Which partner is this a metamor like through?
Riza.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, this is it's Riza's partner and her spouse are hosting this Mardi Gras party. No idea. I've never been to a Mardi Gras party either. Like I
neither,
I don't know what I'm I don't know what I'm in for, to be honest with you. I tried to offer to make something, and Ray the metamor was like, "Nah, don't worry about it." And I feel really bad because I grew up in a family that you bring something. You don't go to parties empty-handed. I might just go buy a bottle of wine. That might work.
Yes.
Indeed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's always kind of a stressor for me. Like, even when people say not to bring a thing, and it's like, oh, but like,
what am I supposed to do? Not bring a thing, and then you'll hate me. I know that's not true, but then they'll hate me.
It's also
I don't know.
It's also been like a stressor for me recently with us just like not having very much money. Like, oh, I need to bring things to this party, and I know they won't care if I don't, but I need to bring things.
Yeah. No, I felt that a lot in college. Like, I would go to parties and I would be like, don't know what. Yeah, another thing is like the thing that really sucked about this whole friend group falling apart on me. Although they didn't fall apart. They're all still friends, but falling apart to me was I got to college, right? I didn't have any friends, and then I broke my face in my second week of school. So all of the like orientation, freshman meet friends events, I didn't go to. My face was broken. And also I was concussed. And so like I didn't know how to make friends in college. I didn't make friends until like my spring quarter, which sucked. Sucked. But then I made really good friends who were really lovely. Some of them I don't talk to most of them that much anymore just because we're all very busy. But they're like, I still trust them. Like if I had to go out of my way and ask them for help, I know that they would. Like I don't feel the same way that I felt about like these high school friends with them. We just are busy. Anyways.
Fair. Anyway, one good thing about that fight that we were just in is Murdoch, the mayor, died, and because of that, I got to take his armor, which looks... I still don't understand why it has that neckline, but it looks a lot better. Also, apparently he was wearing armor with this neckline. Go figure.
Wild. Something that I think is really interesting to look at in these fantasy games and any games with these like very realistic graphics is like how they model women.
Yeah.
Like not just from the perspective of like the clothes they wear, but like just their body shapes. And like not to say that the women's bodies can't look similar to men's bodies or don't look similar to men's bodies. That's not my point. But like there's always like this like understanding that they're just kind of copying and pasting and making smaller this like default masculine body.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Interesting thing also is there is one or two, I guess, woman character models in the game. There's dwarves and then there's everyone else. And it becomes really apparent because later in the game, we're going to get a party member who's like a 70-year-old woman and she has the exact same body type as all the other women.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Bodies don't do that.
It's just like this era of games, like Mass Effect 1 was the same way. Like they just didn't have the polygon count, or like rather it was very easy to justify not making those changes because of the polygon budget. Like when obviously they could have spent the polygons on that if they actually wanted to, but that was an excuse they could make.
Yeah. It's just the stiffness of women's bodies in these early fantasy games, and then as you get into the later fantasy games, they don't become they get less stiff, but they also get more fetishistic.
Yeah. Well,
I don't
honestly,
know which one's worse.
In this series in particular, I feel like they get less fetishistic. There's nothing like Morrigan's clothes in later games, as far as I remember.
Yeah, there's definitely things like this that aren't series like this that aren't as bad, but it's something I notice sometimes, and I'm just that's very strange.
Anyway, let's talk to Ban Tegan.
Odd how quiet the castle looks from here. You would think there was nobody inside at all. But I shouldn't delay things further. I had a plan. To enter the castle after the village was secure. There is a secret passage here, in the mill, accessible only to my family.
This secret passage, by the way, comes back in the third game. It's actually important to the plot again.
Well,
which is funny also because they make a real point of Dragon Age 2 takes place on the other side of the continent with a different player character, and every game in the series has a different player character, and you mostly don't revisit places you've been, except you do come back to Redcliffe, and this secret passage in particular is really important, and I think that's really funny.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. That's convenient.
Perhaps I should have gone into the castle.
It is very
earlier,
convenient.
But I could not leave the villagers. Maker's breath.
Why'd that run look so stiff?
Thank the Maker you yet live.
Isolde, you're alive. How did you... What has happened?
I do not have much time to explain. I slipped away from the castle as soon as I saw the battle was over, and I must return quickly. And I need you to return with me, Tegan. Alone.
We will need more explanation than that.
Yeah.
Who is this woman, Tegan?
You remember me, Lady Isolde, don't you?
Alistair. Of all the... Why are you here?
They are Grey Wardens, Isolde. I owe them my life.
Pardon me, I would exchange pleasantries, but... Considering the circumstances...
Please, Lady Isolde, we had no idea anyone was even alive within the castle. We must have some answers.
I know you need more of an explanation, but I don't know what is safe to tell. Tegan, there is a terrible evil within the castle. The dead waken and hunt the living. The maid responsible was caught, but still it continues. And I think Connor is going mad. We have survived, but he won't flee the castle. He has seen so much death. You must help him, Tegan. You are his uncle. You could reason with him. I do not know what else to do.
What about Arl Eamon? Is he still alive?
He is. He is being kept alive so far, thank the Maker.
Kept alive? Kept alive by what?
Something the mage unleashed. So far it allows Eamon, Connor, and myself to live. The others were not so fortunate. It killed so many, and turned their bodies into walking nightmares. Once it was done with the castle, it struck the village. It wants us to live, but I do not know why. It allowed me to come for you, Tegan, because I begged, because I said Connor needed help.
Do you think this evil could be some kind of demon?
I do not know. Oh, Maker's mercy. Could it truly be a demon? I can't let it hurt my Connor. You must come back with me, Tegan. Please.
Tell me about this mage you mentioned.
He is an infiltrator, I think. One of the castle staff. We discovered he was poisoning my husband. That is why Eamon fell ill.
Eamon was poisoned?
He claims an agent of Terran Logain's hired him. He may be lying, however. I cannot say.
So why must Tegan go alone?
For Connor's sake. I promised I would return quickly and only with Tegan. Tegan, I know you could order your men to follow me when I return to the castle. I beg you not to. For Connor's sake.
Why do we get the feeling you aren't telling us everything?
I beg your pardon? That's a rather impertinent accusation.
I mean, she said that Satan said it with such lack of emotion.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably true.
Not if it's true.
An evil I cannot fathom holds my son and the husband hostage. Came for help. What more do you want from me? Tegan, I do not have much time. What if it thinks I'm betraying it? It could kill Connor. Please come back with me. Must I beg?
It's weird because, like, she is definitely emoting, but it doesn't sound like...
normal?
Yeah, but I think it's meant to. I don't think we're meant to be like, oh, there's something weird about this. It's just, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the actress or if it's, like, a limitation of, like, the game and, like, the writing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Enough questions. We need to decide what to do.
The king is dead, and we need my brother now more than ever. I will return to the castle with you, Isolde.
Thank the Maker. Bless you, Tegan. Bless you.
It seems you have little choice.
I have no illusions of dealing with this evil alone. You, on the other hand, have proven quite formidable. Isolde, can you excuse us for a moment? We must confer in private before I return to the castle with you.
Please do not take too long. I will be by the bridge.
Here's what I propose. I go in with Isolde, and you enter the castle using the secret passage. My signet ring unlocks the door. Perhaps I will distract whatever evil is inside and increase your chances of getting in unnoticed. What do you say?
What exactly am I supposed to do in there?
I wish I knew. I don't know any more about this evil force than Isolde seems to.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't think we can afford to strip any of the few defenders the village has left, just in case. Here is my signet ring. It will open the lock on the door in the mill. Whatever you do, Eamon is the priority here. If you have to, just get him out of there. Isolde, me, and anyone else, we are expendable.
I love, like, this is a thing that you see in a lot of games from this time period. I love when he hands you the ring, and it's like, both your hands are just all out of frame, so they don't have to actually animate the ring itself.
Great idea.
I understand. I'll do my best.
You're a good woman. The Maker smiled on me indeed when he sent you to Redcliffe.
One fool plan on top of another.
But I can delay no longer. Allow me to bid you farewell. And good luck.
By the way, I didn't say, I switched Sten into the party earlier. The first time you try to talk with him, like, you know, do the standard fantasy RPG thing of, like, tell me everything about your culture. He just goes, no. And that's it. That's the entire conversation.
Incredible. Well, I have to get going now. It was really nice talking to you and Chat and Pepper.
It was really great having you.
This year yet. Anyways, but yeah, I'll tell you how my party goes and let me know what's going on in the story by the end of after the end of the stream.
Will do.
Okay. Bye. Love you.
Bye. Love you too. That was really nice to have Manal here. Now we can continue the stream also. 1 second. There we go. Okay. How's everyone in chat doing, by the way? I see Pepper's in chat. Who else is in chat right now?
Of course.
This love letter is one of the letters we were looking for one of the quests that we started in Denerim. I put that up on screen for a second so people can read it if they want. I'm not going to read it out loud right now. Oh, you were behind J Hill? I'm sorry. Okay. So we actually got through Redcliffe Village faster than I thought we would. We might finish the castle today and move on to the Mage's Tower. We'll see. Well, I don't remember how long Redcliffe Castle is, so we will see. By the way, when we leveled up this most recent time, we got the 2 talents that make this build work. We got the one that makes it so that our damage is calculated from our cunning rather than our strength. And we got the one that makes it so that we get backstab damage even when hitting people from the front if they're stunned. Hi, Spider. Welcome to the stream. I love the cutting off the head animation. It just showed us inside the mesh, not inside, like, it didn't look like the body. It was interesting.
Wait, you don't look like the Arlessa's guards. Are you from outside the castle?
If we chose the mage origin, we'd know this guy already. Possibly. Who are you supposed to be?
My name is Jowan. I'm a mage Lady Isolde hired to tutor her son Connor. Until they threw me into the dungeon here.
You're the one who poisoned the Arl.
I'm not proud of it. The Arlessa had no idea what I was hired to do when she took me in to tutor Connor. I know it looks suspicious, but I'm not responsible for the creatures and the killings in the castle. I was already imprisoned when all that began. At first, Lady Isolde came here with her men, demanding that I reverse what I'd done. I thought she meant my poisoning of the Arl. That's the first I heard about the walking corpses. She thought I'd summoned a demon to torment her family and destroy Redcliffe. She had me tortured. There was nothing I could do or say that would appease her.
Oops. Why did you poison Arl Eamon?
I was instructed to by Terran Loghain. I was told that Arl Eamon was a threat to Ferelden, that if I dealt with him, Loghain would settle matters with the Circle. You see, I'm a Maleficar, a blood mage.
You? A blood mage? Truly? I would never have guessed.
A blood mage? Well, that isn't good.
I dabbled in the forbidden arts, and they condemned me to death for it. I thought Loghain was giving me a chance to redeem myself. But he's abandoned me here, hasn't he? Everything's fallen apart, and I'm responsible. I have to make it right somehow. I have to.
But why did the Arlessa need a mage to tutor her son?
Connor had started to show signs. Lady Isolde was terrified the Circle of Magi would take him away for training.
Connor? A mage? I can't believe it.
She sought an apostate, a mage outside the Circle, to teach her son in secret so he could learn to hide his talent. Her husband had no idea.
Perhaps her son is responsible for what happened.
I thought that too. Connor has little knowledge of magic, but he may have done something to tear open the veil. With the veil to the Fade torn, spirits and demons could infiltrate the castle. Powerful ones could kill and create those walking corpses.
Why would Isolde be frightened of her son becoming a mage?
Because he would be taken away forever. A mage cannot inherit a title, even the son of a powerful Arl. She's also a pious woman. Her son having magic was humiliating.
Arl Eamon had no idea of his son's abilities?
No, she was adamant that he never find out. She said that he'd do the right thing, even if it meant losing their son, and that infuriated her.
How much magic did you teach Connor?
Some, but he's still very young. He can barely cast a minor spell, never mind something more powerful. At least not intentionally. Like I said, he may have torn the veil accidentally. If he's involved in this at all, I really don't know.
I see. I think I understand.
I never meant for it to end like this. I swear. Let me help you fix this.
I say kill the mage. He cannot be trusted.
He doesn't need to die, surely.
I say this boy could still be of use to us, but if not, then let him go. Why keep him prisoner here?
Hey, let's not forget he's a blood mage. You can't just set a blood mage free.
Better to slay him. Better to punish him for his choices. Is this Alistair who speaks, or the Templar?
I'd say it's common sense. We don't even know the whole story yet.
Give me a chance, please.
So how will you make things right?
I'd try to save anyone still up there. There must be something I can do.
And after that, what happens?
Afterwards, I assume I'll be arrested, or executed, or whatever people like me get. I'm tired of running from the circle. I need to account for what I've done.
That's commendable, if it's true.
I'm glad you think so. So what now?
I'm letting you out of your cell. Don't try anything.
You're letting me out? And what then?
You come with me, that's what.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'd like to help out, but I'm not so sure I want to follow you into danger exactly.
Then help, just don't make things worse.
I won't, I promise. I will find a way to fix this somehow.
Oh, that's major disapproval from everyone except Morrigan. Uh-oh. Dog doesn't care. Smidge Philbus is just happy to be here. So much grunting.
It's your time to die.
And so I shall.
Of course.
Lovely.
It's hard for me to think of what to even say on these streams, to be honest. Like, Dragon Age is a harder game to speak over than, like, Dark Souls was, I think.
Well, all right.
Oh, got some wraiths. Or shades, rather.
And so I shall.
The Greater Shade resisted our dirty fighting, which isn't great for us. I've got to remember to set Morrigan's tactic so that she'll use heal on her own without me having to tell her.
So, here we
Hi,
are.
Nonbean, welcome to the stream.
Blood on me.
Say what you must.
How are you doing, Nonbean? Oh, I forgot to set Morrigan's tactics. Let me do that now before I forget again. I'm gonna have to get rid of one of these tactics, which is a shame because these are all pretty good. Let's ally health less than 50%. Use heal. There we go. Morgan healed me when I got low. Tactic is working. This looks way better than Dragon Age 2. You mean like visually or in terms of gameplay?
As you desire.
Because I love this game a lot, but I think that Dragon Age 2, at least visually, looks a lot better than this. The combat in Dragon Age 2 is not good. Like, I haven't played Veilguard yet, but out of the 3 games I have played, it has by far, I think, the worst combat. Combat-wise, yeah, fair. It's also, like, I really respect this kind of combat, but I'm also not very good at it. I'm playing on normal, and I'm still getting my ass kind of kicked here. And, like, I have a character that has a pretty simple, like, combat, like, flow chart to follow.
Nothing like a brush with death to make you not like death much.
These corpses are all dropping corpse skulls, which is good because we need those for a quest. How much do I have already? It's not great that I can't find it in my inventory to see how many I have. Are my eyes just going over it, or corpse skull? There we go. We have 4. I think I need 15. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, why are the dogs angry?
A bit more dying, please.
Wipe them out. My word.
Oh shit. That's not great. Is there just the one left? It is. How do I fight as a fighter again? Shield bash, alright. Oh, it's gonna resist that, of course it is. Okay. I'm not good at this kind of combat, especially this early in the game. In the late game, the combat in this game gets way easier because you're way more powerful. Even as the enemies get harder, but yeah. Maybe I won't go into the kennels right now. I'm not sure there's anything good there. My character's not good at doing any of the classic rogue things. I didn't see that drop at all. It's a lot of growling, huh? There we go, that's better. Let's see, you have an injury. Let's give you an injury kit. And you're the only one with an injury. Okay. Give me some corpse galls. I need them. Alright. 7 total is not bad. We're basically halfway there. Is this... I think this is where we need to go, somewhere out here, and then we're done with the castle for now. If I remember correctly. It's been a while. Okay, we need the key. Oh, that's a devouring corpse. Don't want to aggro it right now. Oh man, most of my party's already dead. Morgan leveled up, that's good. Oh yeah, this is not good for us. At what point do I put it on easy just to get through this fucking game? Oh, I can level up the dog. I forgot I can do that. Strength and constitution, please. Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you.
I'm sorry. I'm so frightened. These monsters are everywhere. My name's Valena. The Arlessa's maid. Is she all right? What happened to everyone?
Valena, the smith's daughter?
You know my father. I want to go back to the village. Is there a way out of here?
There's a tunnel leading out in the dungeon.
But the monsters...
I've killed most of them. It's safe.
I'll find my way. I can run fast and I know the castle. Thank you.
Alright, let's try again on this fight. I'm going to try stealthing this time, though. So I don't immediately aggro all of them myself. Oh, I got detected. This time went much better. Go figure. Sometimes it's just like that in this game.
So, here we are.
Hi, Zach. Welcome back to the stream. Quest updated. Did I get all the ones I needed? Gather a total of 18 for an additional reward. Oh, I found 9 camp samples, which is what I need, but I can gather 18 more for more of a reward. Okay, I see. I have a lot of money. I might not bother. I might not need the extra reward.
Of course.
How's the Jodi and the Pepper? We're all right. How's the Zach? Oh, I forgot to level up Morgan. Magic, magic, willpower. I'm tempted between expert combat training and expert herbalism. I think expert combat training is going to be helpful. Tactics might be a good idea also. I need her to have a more complex flowchart to run off of. But let's go with combat training right now. So we can go up to rank 3 on things. Cone of Cold is extremely good. I don't know if I have friendly fire on in the options. I'll have to check. Oh, heroic offense. I forgot. I probably want that. Also haste. That will make my character much stronger because the one downside to a cunning mage is that you have not a very high bonus to attacking, to hitting. So that would help a lot. Yeah, let's go with that. And let me immediately change one of her tactics to be about that. Okay, so just cast, or not even, hang on. Anytime I don't have heroic offense on me, cast heroic offense on me. There we go. Also, you should maybe know this. I downloaded the mod to make it so that helmets are invisible, because the helmets are all ugly.
Well, all right. Of course. Lovely.
All right. If this is the fight I think it is, we might have to redo this a few times. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Thank you for the heroic offense, Morrigan. Oh, I'm fucked. This is the fight that I made the thumbnail based on, the Revenant. Revenant's... Oh, God, look how hard he hit me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, we're fucked. I have to focus on keeping my party members alive, or this is going to go badly.
My word! Away with you!
killed Alistair. He's about to kill the dog, it looks like.
Now you die.
Oh, no. I've gotten down to under half health, which I'm kind of surprised by. Also, this is going to suck. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting the first attempt to work. This is rough. Revenants suck. This is also going to be like the hardest one in the entire game. Like, when we fight ones later, we'll be much more powerful. But this Revenant is difficult. And I remember this Revenant very, very well. Because he has given me a lot of trouble in the past. The stealth is not going to work on the Revenant, I know. It's going to see right through it. But let's see if we can start this fight without aggroing the Revenant. And see if we can get the, just the fight against the corpses. Nope, okay, there's the Revenant. I haven't been made yet, though. Okay, now I've been detected. It's hard enough to have to fight the Revenant, but we also have to fight all these corpses, which suck. Oh, the Revenant made a beeline for me. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna focus on killing the corpses. See if that works. This could be the thing that kills my run. If this is like impossible. Oh, Morgan's dead. The Revenant didn't even do that. That's just the corpses that did that. This is not going to be the run. Alright, this time, let me go do the other way around. Let me see if I can aggro the Revenant and as few of the corpses as possible. I don't think that's going to be doable. I got a lot of damage on the Revenant the first time. Let's see how this works. I just don't have enough of a mind for this type of game to know how to, like, make this fight manageable. Look at all these misses I'm getting. Here's a really high defense. Not just defense, like really high will. I forget what you call it in these old kinds of games where it's all based on dice rolls. Just a really high resistance to being hit. Armor class, yes, thank you. Uh-oh. This is looking bad. Hello, welcome to the stream, Puddle, and the pilot SSB2 Gaming, rather. J Hill, you said you usually pick the corpses off one by one, then fight the Revenant on its own. I don't know if I can do that. I'm gonna have to put this down to easy, I think. And you know what? I'm not gonna be embarrassed about that. I'm not good at these games. I love this game, but I'm not good at it. Watch it still kill me on easy. Oh, well, the pull is kind of weird. Well, I'm immediately doing actual damage to the Revenant, and like, I did one attack that did like, what, 19? It's gonna pull me. Yeah, the difference here is I'm actually hitting the Revenant like the way I would anything else. Yeah, it's going down quickly. I just didn't want to be stuck here forever. Wow. Easy is really easy, which I guess I shouldn't be surprised about. All those corpses went down in like 3 hits. Okay, back up to normal.
As you desire.
I mean, the thing I guess I'm saying is there's not a lot of like middle ground between the difficulty levels. The difficulty levels change so much. Like easy is like ridiculously easy, and normal was a lot harder than easy. Is what I guess I'm trying to say. Yeah, I guess I could have pulled mobs in that way. That might have made sense. I would have been unclear on how to do that without my party running at them is the only thing. Okay, so now we're basically done with Redcliffe Castle, like the first half, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there is a solo mode, you're right. I love that they made animations just for this.
So these are our visitors. The ones you told me about, Mother.
Yes, Connor.
And this is the one who defeated my soldiers. The ones I sent to reclaim my village.
Yes.
And now it's staring at me. What is it, Mother? I can't see it well enough.
This is an elf, Connor. You've seen elves before. We have them here in the castle.
Oh, I remember. I had their ears cut off and fed to the dogs. The dogs chewed for hours. Shall I send it to the kennels, Mother?
Connor, I beg you. Don't hurt anyone.
Mother? What's happening? Where am I?
Oh, thank the Maker. Connor, can you hear me?
Get away from me, fool woman! You are beginning to bore me.
Grey Warden, please don't hurt my son. He is not responsible for what he does.
What did you do with Bantegan?
Here I am. Here am I.
I like him better this way. No more yelling. Now he amuses me.
Connor didn't mean to do this. It was that mage, the one who poisoned Demon. He started all this. He summoned this demon. Connor was just trying to help his father.
And made a deal with the demon to do so? Foolish child.
It was a fair deal. Father is alive, just as I wanted. Now it's my turn to sit on the throne and send out armies to conquer the world. Nobody tells me what to do anymore.
Nobody tells him what to do. Nobody! Ha 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 ha!
Quiet, Uncle! I warned you what would happen if you kept shouting, didn't I? Yes, I did. But let's keep things civil. This woman will have the audience she seeks. Tell us, woman, what have you come here for?
I need to see Arl Eamon.
So you're a concerned well-wisher. Why didn't you say that in the first place? All this sneaking around and killing is so unnecessary. But Father is so very ill. We really shouldn't disturb him. Isn't that right, Mother?
I don't think...
You don't. Ever since you sent the knights away, you do nothing but deprive me of my fun. Frankly, it's getting dull. I crave excitement and action. This woman spoiled my sport by saving that stupid village. And now she'll repay me.
If I remember correctly, beating Ban Tegan is like the fight will stop after that. I'm pretty sure, and I don't think we'll kill him. I hope. Oh, I guess we'll see. I have a save to reload if I'm wrong. Oh, there's blood. Uh-oh. Or did I just say the wrong thing in the conversation? I might have. I know Tegan can be in Inquisition, so if he dies here, I might have just done the wrong thing.
Tegan.
Okay. Okay, good.
Are you all right?
I am better now, I think. My mind is my own again.
Blessed Andraste. I would never have forgiven myself had you died. Not after I brought you here. What a fool I am. Please. Connor's not responsible for this. There must be some way we can save him.
I'm not about to kill a child.
Connor is no longer a child. He's an abomination.
You! You did this to Connor!
I didn't summon any demon. I told you. Please, if you'll let me help.
Help? You betrayed me! I brought you here to help my son, and in return you poisoned my husband?
This is the mage you spoke of? Didn't you say he was in the dungeon?
He was. I assumed the creatures had killed him by now. He must have been set free.
That's right, and I stand by my decision.
I know what you must think of me, my lady. I took advantage of your fear. I'm sorry. I never knew it would come to this.
Well, I shan't turn away his help. Not yet. And if Connor is truly an abomination...
He's not always the demon you saw. Connor is still inside him, and sometimes he breaks through. Please. I just want to protect him.
Isn't that what started this? You hired the mage to teach Connor in secret, to protect him.
If they discovered Connor had magic, then they'd take him away. I thought if he learned just enough to hide it, then...
What are our options?
I wouldn't normally suggest slaying a child, but he's an abomination. I'm not sure there's any choice.
There is another option, though I loathe offering it. A mage could confront the demon in the Fade without hurting Connor himself.
What do you mean? Is the demon not within Connor?
Not physically. The demon approached Connor in the Fade while he dreamt and controls him from there. We can use the connection between them to find the demon.
You can enter the Fade, then? And kill the demon without hurting my boy?
No, but I can enable another mage to do so. It normally requires lyrium and several mages, but I have blood magic.
What difference does that make?
Lyrium provides the power for the ritual, but I can take that power from someone's life energy. This ritual requires a lot of it, however. All of it, in fact.
So, someone must die? Someone must be sacrificed?
Yes, and then we send another mage into the Fade. I can't enter because I'm doing the ritual. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. It's not much of an option.
Is there no other method?
The power has to come from somewhere, and that means either lyrium or blood.
Then let it be my blood. I will be the sacrifice.
What? Isolde, are you mad? Eamon would never allow this.
Either someone kills my son to destroy that thing inside him, or I give my life so my son can live. To me, the answer is clear.
Blood magic. How can more evil be of any help here? Two wrongs don't make a right.
It does seem like a sensible choice, with a willing participant.
Connor is blameless in this. He should not have to pay the price.
It's up to you, my friend. You know more about such things than I do, and it's your companion going into the Fade.
The decision is yours.
There must be another way to enter the Fade.
You can find lyrium and more mages at the Circle of Magi, if they would even do it.
The Circle Tower is not far from here.
That is an excellent point. One of the treaties is also for the Circle of Magi, after all.
The tower is about a day's journey across the lake. You could attempt to get the mages' help.
But what will happen here? Connor will not remain passive forever.
I will take that chance.
Very well. I will keep Jowan here as a precaution. He says he wants to help, so he will keep an eye on Connor with us. Go to the tower quickly, then. The longer you are away, the greater the chances of disaster.
So, I actually really like this. If we had done the Mage Tower first, then we could just say, like, oh, I'll go get mages right now. But now they're just going to send us to do the entire Mage's Tower questline that we would have had to do it, and, you know, the other times also.
As you desire. Of course.
So let's go do that. We're probably not going to finish it tonight, but let's go do it. Luckily, we don't have to do the rest of this dungeon. We don't have to go back through back through literally the dungeons, because now the front gate's open. Let's go to the Lake Calenhad docks. Oh, we have a Barascarn, which is a mage that has been affected by the Blight. I think there's also Blight Wolves here, which are the same thing, but for wolves. We had to kill a Barascarn at the end of our origin. That one was easier, I think. Very often, anytime that you're going between two places, you'll get one random encounter in the middle. I'm not going to bother healing Sten's injury, because after we get to the Calenhad docks, we're going to go to camp, which will also heal all injuries. Okay, those are all just blocked. All right. Okay. Now let's immediately leave and go to the camp. And we'll also use the opportunity to talk to our party members. Dog disappeared for a second there.
Yes?
I'd like to talk.
Well, here I am.
What was life like in the Chantry Cloister?
Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my Chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
Hi, Vodka. Welcome to the stream. Yes, they tend to be self-righteous.
When I talked about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special, chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all. The sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools.
I prefer your ideas to the ideas of the Chantry.
Thank you. Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the Chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now.
That's such a short conversation, wow.
Yes?
I'd like to talk.
Well, here I am.
What would someone like you be doing in Lothering's Chantry?
What is meant by someone like me?
You know, a beautiful, charming woman like yourself.
And there were no beautiful, charming women in the cloisters, you think? You would be wrong. There were many lovely young initiates in the Lothering cloister, all of them chaste and virtuous. It added to their mystique. Because then, they were forbidden, and forbidden fruit is the sweeter, no?
Liliana is by the way.
By the way.
What about your fruit? Is it forbidden?
My fruit? I can't believe I'm having this conversation. But no, I did not take vows. The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor to all who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed.
Affirmed?
We affirm our belief in the Maker, in Andraste and the chant, but other than that, there are no vows taken.
What did you do before that?
I was a traveling minstrel in Orlais. Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on.
What do you need?
I'd like to ask you something.
Ask away.
So you said this Arl Eamon raised you?
Oh, did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
I thought you were raised by the Chantry.
Oh, there you go, listening to me again. You'd think you'd have gotten past that already. I ended up in the Chantry, sure, but I didn't start there. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Arl Eamon wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head. He was good to me, and he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough.
Why did he send you off to the Chantry?
Arl Eamon eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her. Anyhow, the new Arlessa resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did. So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10, just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me.
What an awful thing to do to a child.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Arl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming.
You were young.
And raised by dogs. Or I may as well have been, the way I acted. But maybe all young bastards act like that. I don't know. All I know is that the Arl is a good man, and well loved by the people. He also was King Caelan's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
Yes.
What were you doing in that cage?
Sitting, as you observed.
It's funny he says that because, like, the character model couldn't sit. He was standing, but I guess we're supposed to assume he was sitting the whole time. That's not what I meant.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thank you for liking the stream, Jay Hill. Just tell me.
I did. Parshera. Was there anything else?
I have a question.
I am hardly surprised.
Why did you come to Ferelden?
To answer a question.
What was the question?
The Arishok asked what is the Blight. By his curiosity, I am now here.
Don't you have to report back then?
Yes.
So what are you still doing here then?
I cannot go home.
Why not?
It doesn't matter now. Can we move on? We keep the Darkspawn waiting.
I want to discuss something you mentioned.
Speak then.
That's enough for now.
Then I suggest we move on.
Let's go.
As you wish.
I'm gonna sell some stuff to Bodan.
Something you need? I'm sure either my boy or I can help you out.
Let me see your wares.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Good, we definitely need more health stuff. I forgot I can equip that on my dog. Should probably do that. Oh, I got to equip this. I forgot. That will make it so that I don't draw as much aggro. The PS4 turn off? Or did you turn it off? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm taking my pants off.
Pepper's taking her pants off.
Because I'm toasty.
Because she's toasty.
Does it turn off if it's inactive for a while?
What was that?
Does it turn off if it's inactive for a while?
No, sometimes just overheats. Did it just turn off?
I don't know.
It looks like it did. The light's off.
Where's the cookie?
Also, the no helmet rulebook and the dog whistle are things from my mods. Like the dog whistle just lets me like choose whether or not the dog is my 5th party member, and the no helmet rulebook lets me change like when helmets will be displayed and when they won't be displayed. Oh, the other mod I downloaded didn't actually do the thing. The other mod was like when you hover over a gift, it'll tell you who the gift is most favored by. Some of them are obvious, like the bronze symbol of Andraste, probably for Leliana, but. Actually, how am I? Okay. Oh, I forgot to actually buy things from him. Whoops.
If there's anything I can do for you, please, please tell me.
Let me see your wares.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Look, Pepper's leaning over my shoulder. Pepper's now resting on my shoulder. Her chin digging into my shoulder. Oh, my shoulder. I want that backpack, and I think I have enough gold now that it's okay to waste some on that. The backpack just means that we can carry 10 more units of items. Alright, 17 lesser health poultices and 9 regular ones. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
What do you wish of me?
I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
Is there anything that can be done for a possessed mage?
'Tis the child abomination you speak of from the haunted castle? If what you seek is to remove the demon from the child without harming the child, there is a way indeed. There is a connection between the child and the demon, one which can be followed to the demon's true form within the Fade. There, the demon can be battled directly. Only a mage may enter the Fade. It requires lyrium and a group of mages to cast the ritual, neither of which we have, yes? And had we those things, it would still fall on one mage alone to defeat the demon. No simple task, but there you have it. What do you wish of me?
I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
Is Flemeth really what she seems to be?
Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be?
Human?
Oh, she certainly was human. Once. Tell me, how much do you know of the tale? The one that the chastened still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience.
Jodi.
Yes?
Can I spread you open?
Well, what do you, I'm
gonna put my mouth in it.
This is weird.
We're gonna have to explain that to the audience.
No, we're not.
Then we might get.
It was whatever you think it was worse.
No,
it wasn't. I'm wearing like my sweater that has like holes in it, like on purpose for fashion. And Pepper was just spreading one of those holes open, like on my arm, my upper arm, and then putting her mouth on that hole.
Oh, and I put my mouth on your hole. On your hole. Did that actually?
That one felt a little weird. I don't know why.
I was going.
I just like recoiled and put my arms up in a weird way. I've heard a little of it.
No doubt such a tale has mutated much over time and telling. I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself, and you can decide whether or not 'tis the truth, if you desire.
That sounds interesting.
As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful, a fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her.
Just how long ago is this?
Many centuries, before this land was even named Ferelden. The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Osen the bard, and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conabar, and that he swore vengeance for her infidelity. In truth, my mother claims that 'twas Osen who was her husband, and Conabar the jealous lord who looked on from afar. Lord Conabar approached young Osen and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife, and Osen agreed.
He sold his wife to another man?
The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement. All would have been well had Lord Conabar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osen was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and swore revenge.
So she truly loved Osen then?
That was not the point. Conabar had no honor, so she would not have him. Flemeth begged the spirits to aid her, and 'twas they who slew Conabar. The demon the legend tells of came later. Lord Conabar's allies chased Flemeth, you see. Chased her to the wilds, and there she hid. There she found the demon, and he made her strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies.
What, she never invaded, or he never defeated her?
The truth of the matter is that there was never an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner, and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus, he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps 'twas due to the great war with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began.
Jodi.
What's up, Pepper?
Random, tiny political thing I'm putting in the stream for you.
Okay.
Zoe Saldana apologizes to Mexicans who felt offended by Emilia Perez, saying the heart of this movie was not Mexico.
Yeah. That's a good apology. Like, I'm not sure if you know everything. Okay, so Emilia Perez is a French movie with a French director, and and like it's set in Mexico, but all of the actors who are speaking Spanish come from Spain or from the US. Like, there's no one from Mexico involved in this movie. And they depict Mexico as like this narco state and just like completely in control of the cartels with like the brown filter and everything. And everyone's been like, yeah, this is really racist and really just not a good depiction of Mexico. And the entire cast has been like, oh, that's not true. And now, I guess because she lost the Oscar last night, she's suddenly saying like, oh yeah, it was bad. It was bad, actually. My bad.
I thought she did get something.
No. Wait, was it her? I know. Oh, yeah, it was her. You're right. Did Zoe Saldana get the Best Supporting Actress? She did. You're right. Yeah. You're right. She got the Oscar.
Also, it seems like you may have taken that as differently than I did.
Oh.
Because I took it as her saying the heart of this movie was not Mexico, as her saying like the heart of this movie is not actually Mexico, so you shouldn't be offended or upset.
That wasn't how I took it.
How do you?
It was like, oh, this is a movie set in Mexico, but its heart wasn't in Mexico. Like, it wasn't actually like
I see.
Yeah. Like, this wasn't about Mexico in the way it should have been. That's how I took her saying that. But then again, Zoe Saldana's been weird about this kind of stuff for a while, so I don't know for sure how she meant it.
I should read the actual article.
Yeah. Excuse me. Do you believe her version?
I do not believe everything that Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has coloured her memories. But on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all.
How is it that Flemeth has survived for so long?
The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever, and she is part of the wilds as it is part of her. But she is no immortal. She bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it lucky enough to find her.
I have more to add.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yep. Hi, Judith. Welcome back.
Oh, we're doing stuff that you might be interested in, Judith. So, a Mexican journalist asked Zoe Saldana how she felt about Mexico being the heart of it, and the movie being hurtful for Mexicans. And I think I might have been right.
I think you were right. It sounds like it. Because I was giving her too much benefit of the doubt.
Her quote is, "First of all, I'm very, very sorry that you and many Mexicans felt offended. That was never our intention. We spoke from a place of love, and I will stand by that. I don't share your opinion. For me, the heart of this movie was not Mexico. We weren't making a film about a country. We were making a film about friendship."
Yes, it's about Emilia Perez. You're right, Judith.
We were making a film about 4 women. Though these women could have been Russian, could have been Dominican, could have been black from Detroit, could have been from Israel.
Could have been from Gaza.
Could have been from Gaza. And these women are still very universal women that are struggling every day but trying to survive the systemic...
Very universal woman? The trans woman who used to be like the leader of a drug cartel is a universal woman? What are you talking about?
But trying to survive systemic oppression and trying to find the most authentic voices. So I will stand by that. But I'm also always open to sit down with all of my Mexican brothers and sisters with love and respect to have a great conversation on how Emilia Perez could have been done better.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. It's Pepper. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad.
Judith says, we were making a film about 4 women. Cool. Any film about women that ends with them driven off a cliff dead in the trunk of a burning car is bad, actually. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. I just want to pop that in here.
And especially, like, when it is the trans woman that the story has been monstering the entire time. Like, yeah. No thank you.
Yeah, I didn't come here for another solid 45-minute one, but I want to drop a little one in there for you.
Puddle says, Jesus Christ, that's lip service if I've ever heard it. Yep, 100%. And, like, the fucking gall also to be like, they could have been from Israel. They could have been from Gaza. Shut the fuck up, actually. God.
And, like... I don't know, I like, the way I interpreted it, I guess, was right, and her just saying, like, it's the heart of it is not Mexico. Therefore, you don't need to be offended. It's not actually about you.
Unfortunately, your interpretation was correct. I gave her too much benefit of the doubt, which I've known Zoe Saldana long enough to have known better than to give her any benefit of the doubt.
It's hard to give, like, a celebrity's benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm overheating. I'm going to leave the room.
Okay. Do you want me to open the window?
That would be good, probably.
Okay.
I'm still going to leave the room for a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
To cool down.
Okay. We can open the window when you come back.
Okay.
All right. Aren't abominations usually insane horrors?
How often is this usually? Always? If not always, then when is it not true? There are more things in this world and the next than you or I could ever hope to understand. What Flemeth became is a mystery. I suspect even to her.
Judith, you could hear Seraphina in the background. You're right, when Pepper opened the door. Puddle says, that's like saying cyberpunk isn't about a dystopian world, but about a midlife crisis. Yeah, that's a good analogy. And, like, to say Emilia Perez is a movie about friendship? What? Are you sure? Also, what for movie? God. What for women? There's Zoe Saldana's character. There's Emilia. There's her ex-wife. What other women are there in the... Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen the movie fully, so I can't say, I guess. But isn't it 3 women? Like, as main characters? Whatever. The legend tells of Flemeth having many daughters.
You ask if I have sisters. I have asked of this myself.
Oh, her daughter, you're right.
The stories tell of many witches of the wilds, after all, not just the one. And these tales existed long before I did. Flemeth refuses to speak of other daughters, if they existed. So, should I believe I am her first? I doubt that too.
Why would she refuse to speak of them?
The Chastened tell of a falling out between Flemeth and her daughters. They say that one day she hunted them all through the wilds and ate their hearts. It may be true. I have never seen another witch or heard of one. Perhaps one day Flemeth will eat my heart as well.
Choosing to spell her name Plegmeth. Judith, why? Whatever. An interesting story. Thank you.
Flemeth tells it with far more embellishment than I, but you are welcome. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious nevertheless.
My mother died a long time ago.
Ah, then you have my sympathies for what it is worth. Which is very little, I am certain. It matters not. Let us move on.
What's my approval like with Morrigan, actually? Right in the middle. Okay. Literally 0. Wow, okay. Whereas, like, Alistair is 7. Liliana's probably pretty high, right? 11. All right. No one's, like, really positive yet. I wonder if I should buy some, like, books. Like, some, like, or not some books, some gifts. Let's start the Mage's Tower. We're not going to finish it tonight. I'm not sure how much longer stream is going to go on for, maybe another hour. We'll see if we can get to the beginning of the Fade segment. I've been thinking. I have been using Alistair, Sten, Morrigan because I need 2 tanks right now because I'm squishy as hell and so is Morrigan. But I like having Liliana in the party just because I like Liliana as a character. Sten has been a better tank, and I don't think I really need Alistair for this segment, so I'm going to do these 3.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
And also we're going to have the dog, obviously, because I have the mod. I'm squishy as hell. That reminds me. What does that remind you of? Oh, I see.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm going to slap my thighs. I'm squishing my thighs specifically for you before I do it. Thank you, Judith, for giving me a chance to show off how squishy I am. Let me check something.
What is the name they have for Mother and I? Apostates? Truly, it boggles the mind.
Okay, thanks, Morgan. Weird one-off comment. Distillation agent. Oh, wait, did I actually... Could I buy distillation agents from Bodan? Because if so, I'm going to go buy a bunch. Never mind, we're not doing the Mage's Tower just yet.
If there's anything I can do for you, please tell me.
Let me see your wares.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
He does have he has 99 distillation agents. I want to buy a bunch. Because that just means, like, as many of them as I have is how many regular health poultices I can make. It's a much cheaper thing than buying them, like, themselves. I'm just going to buy 10 for right now.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay, this time, Lake Calenhad docks for real, actually. Also,
'tis you.
Let's make... Oh, wow, I'm actually almost out of elf root. That's the last regular health poultice I can make. I should buy elf root from the next person I can actually buy it from. Buying the ingredients to make a potion is always cheaper than buying the actual potion itself, I think, in my experience. Landmark boat. I don't...
How very fitting that they would build a prison for mages in the middle of a lake and make it look like a giant phallus.
Thank you, Morrigan. I don't think I've heard that one before.
Lovely.
A little something extra for friendship.
What did I just turn in? Oh, the one about Reynold.
Well, all right.
All right. This one is... Like, these are more Mages Collective missions that we can do. This one involves a place in Denerim, but we can't actually get it in Denerim. But we have to mark certain places of power in the world. And I think we have to fight demons at each of them. This one is about killing people who have accused the person who's giving us the quest of being a Maleficar, a blood mage. This one is about firing this person's apprentices for them. 2 of them are in Denerim. 1 is in Orzammar. This one's about going to the Brazilian forest, which is where we're going after we finish with the Mage's Tower and Redcliffe, and killing some blood mages. This one is about bringing in 10 bundles of deep mushrooms. How many deep mushrooms do I have? 13. I can actually just turn that one in right now.
Take this. You've earned it.
All right, that's just a gold piece right there. I love the copper, silver, gold system in this game for the money, and I wish that the later games kept it. All the later games just do like coins, just generic coins.
As you desire.
Is the currency decimal at least? What do you mean? Let me. So the way it works is, you have copper coins. 100 copper coins gives you a silver. 100 silvers gives you a gold.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
Thank you, Liliana. I can do that for you. Immediately fails. I need to have a higher cunning. It's really annoying not having a high cunning right now, but I've had to pump a lot of points into strength and dex for the early game, which is really irritating. But now it's going to be mostly cunning at this point.
Good day.
Okay, can I actually change Morgan's tactic to be, instead of like anytime you give me heroic offense, it's actually just like anytime combat starts? Being attacked by a melee or ranged attack, I guess, works. Oh, I see. I wish that one of the tactics would just have a thing in place for, like, at the beginning of combat. Health less than 100%. Give me heroic offense.
Good day, and welcome to the Spoiled Princess. Is there something I can get for you?
I'd like a drink.
Of course. What would you like?
Health poultices. Gimme, 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 gimme. Greater health poultice. Gimme. Injury kits, I'm a little less... whatever. What else am I going to spend the money on, right? Do you have elf fruit? You have elf fruit. Good. How many flasks do I have? Whatever. I'll just buy like 20. Alright, that should be good enough. I don't think I have anything to sell him. We can get rid of that. Alright. I have just lost a lot of gold, but it was all necessary. Yeah, Puddle says, fun fact, poultices are a medicinal liquid you rub on a patient's skin. That's why it's so funny that the animation for using a poultice in this game is just drinking it. Like that. I'm gonna reload so I don't actually use that one. But yeah, like, I don't know why that's the animation when they chose to make it a poultice, not a potion.
Well,
Oh, wait. I think we can talk to this guy. What does he have to say?
Wow, I've never seen one of you knife ears dressed like the King of Ferelden before.
Oh, great.
You made
Glad we
good
talked
for
to him.
yourself, eh?
Excuse me?
Oh, I don't mean no offense. I know I shoot my mouth off. I'm just not used to your kind, trussed up old fancy.
You mean you're used to seeing us as slaves or servants?
Oh, there I go again. I don't mean nothing by it. I swear I should start over. I'm mighty pleased to be making your acquaintance, miss.
It is really interesting, if you choose to play an elf in the first game, how often it makes you the target of a microaggression. I'm not sure how I feel about it, genuinely. Like, I think there's good and bad reasons to do that. It is genuinely an interesting thing. Well met, do you know how I can get to the tower?
Don't hold your breath. No one's been allowed across the lake for days. I'm the ferryman. Leastwise, I used to be. Poor old Kester. Out of a job.
So I can't get across?
Gregor just came down and said, "Don't you worry, Kester. We got it all under control, we do." Didn't say nothing else. And then he puts Carol in charge of my boat. Lissy. Named for my grandmum, she was.
Yeah, I also like how the Witcher game does potions. Like, it's really... the Witcher games, rather, does potions. It's really interesting to, like, have them just be, like, buffs that you have to prepare well ahead of time and use well ahead of time. Like you can't just use them in the middle of combat. And they're just like, oh, I'm fighting this enemy type, I should use the thing that's better against them. Or I'm going into a cave, I better use the thing that lets me see in the dark. Like, I think it's cool. Especially in the games where it's like, it's not just like using it ahead of time, it's like you have to rest. Like actively do like a D&D rest to use them. Like I think that's Witcher 2 that's like that. At least this man is trying to be polite despite personal prejudices. Yeah, but as someone who faces a lot of microaggressions in real life, it's like, yeah, I know that you're trying, but it's exhausting nonetheless. I should get going.
You go on ahead then. They were nice talking to you.
You're not looking to get across to the tower, are you? Because I have strict orders not to let anyone pass.
I'm a Grey Warden, and I seek the assistance of the mages.
Oh, you're a Grey Warden, are you? Prove it.
I have these documents here.
Yes. Oh, a Grey Warden seal. Aha! So you're claiming to be one of those. You know, I have some documents too. They say I'm the Queen of Antiva. What do you think of that?
Not much. You're obviously... Oh, I'm not even going to say that one. My documents are actually real.
Kill some darkspawn. Come on, let's see some righteous Grey Wardening.
Grey Wardening? Oh, there aren't any darkspawn here.
No, that's good, I suppose. Wouldn't want darkspawn smeared across the landscape. I hear their blood is black. Is that true? You'd know if you were a Grey Warden.
It's not black, but it burns when it touches you.
Oh, pleasant, eh? Good thing I don't have to kill them, then. Anyway, it was nice chatting with you. Now, on your way, right now, go.
Your superior won't like that you've given me trouble.
Oh, really? You think Gregor would be upset with me for not letting you in? Wait, actually, he would. Good point.
Well, we should try our best to avoid that, shouldn't we?
He's the big guy around here. I bet he could deal with one Grey Warden. Alleged Grey Warden. Well, you want that I should take you there now?
Yes, please do.
Come along, I suppose.
And I want 2 men stationed within sight of the doors at all times. Do not open the doors without my express consent. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
I kind of wish that when he was like, I have documents saying I'm the Queen of Antiva, you just be like, may I see them? Puddle says, hold on, how are our party members not getting killed by darkspawn blood smattering their skin? That's an interesting question. Like, the main character and Alistair at least are Grey Wardens, so they're immune to that. But everyone else, I don't know. Especially when this game made such a big point of like, oh yeah, you're going to get covered in blood. Yeah, Judith saw what I was going for. You're Gregor, I assume?
Who are you? I explicitly told Carol not to bring anyone across the lake. We're dealing with a very delicate situation. You must leave for your own safety.
No, the mages have an obligation to the Grey Wardens.
I am weary of the Grey Warden's ceaseless need for men to fight the Darkspawn, but it is their right. You'll find no allies here. The Templars can spare no men, and the mages are indisposed. I shall speak plainly. The tower is no longer under our control. Abominations and demons stalk the tower's halls.
This is why we cut the tongues from mages in Parvolan.
I will admit to agreeing with your companion. Maker knows the Kunari would not have gotten themselves into this position.
What can I do to help?
I have sent word to Denerim, calling for reinforcements and the right of annulment.
The right of annulment?
The right of annulment gives Templars the authority to neutralize the Mage Circle. Completely. This situation is dire. There is no alternative. Everything in the tower must be destroyed so it can be made safe again.
The mages are not defenseless. Some must still live.
If any are still alive, the Maker himself has shielded them. No one could have survived those monstrous creatures. It is too painful to hope for survivors and find nothing.
But it was you that shut them in.
And what was I to do? Leave the door open as the abominations poured out? The mages are lost. It is something we must accept. Denerim must have received our message. It cannot be much longer.
If I help you deal with the circle, will you lend me aid?
If, by some miracle, you destroy the abominations, yes. The Templars will join your army. Without word from Denerim, I must determine our course. Surely destroying Darkspawn is a worthy goal.
We have an agreement, then.
A word of caution. Once you cross that threshold, there is no turning back. The great doors must remain barred. I will open them for no one until I have proof that it is safe. I will only believe it is over if the first enchanter stands before me and tells me it is so. If Irving has fallen, then the circle is lost and must be destroyed. May Andraste lend you her courage, whatever you decide.
You gotta love, like, they're probably all dead. I'll only believe they're not all dead if this one specific guy didn't die. Like, okay. Oh. Sorry, you want to yell?
They burn! It's unbearable!
Alright. Cool, buddy.
I wish this were over. We're running low on supplies, and I don't know how much longer we'll last.
Do you need help?
We need the abominations and demons out of this place, if that's what you mean. If you have anything to trade, that would be helpful too.
I don't think it's been said explicitly, by the way, but, like, abominations are specifically, like, mages who have been possessed. Alright, let's trade. More health poultices. Gimme, 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 gimme. Ooh, we got some good recipes here, which I can't buy all of. Injury kit recipe is probably what I'll get, assuming there's nothing else that I want to buy more right now. Red steel. Is that better than what I have? It's significantly better than what I have. Oof. 128 gold for this staff, which is pretty good. I don't know that it's that good. Okay, armor penetration 40 is pretty good. I'll give it that. He has a backpack for me to buy also. Oh well. Let's buy the injury kit recipe. Alright. Oh wait. Do I have anything to sell? I know I've just sold stuff, but
And I don't know how much longer we'll last.
I also have the belt on that gives me more money just from being out and about.
Are you here to trade then?
Yes, let's trade. I don't know that acid flasks are worth it. Spirit shard. Sell, please. There we go. I kept clicking, but I guess I wasn't double clicking fast enough. Alright. At least I have some money on me now. I'm not going to need more until I'm through the dungeon anyway, so I should have built up more by then. Or at least things worth selling.
All locked within. A fitting end for those who gave up their own freedom.
Morgan has no chill. So if we chose the mage origin, this would be where we started the game. We were coming back and it's all like destroyed now. Watchguard of the Reaching. What is that one? Oh, right.
As you desire. And so I shall. Well, all right. And so I shall.
We finally are about to get our healer, thank God.
It's you. No, come no further. Grey, the title is not a coat that you cast aside
What?
at the end.
What was that bug? Everyone else heard that, right? Win? What are you doing here? Because remember, we talked to her at Ostagar.
I am a mage of the circle. More importantly, why are you here? The Templars would not let just anyone by.
I've come here seeking the aid of the mages.
And you were told that the circle was in no shape to help you, I suppose. So why did the Templars let you in? Do they plan to attack the tower now?
Don't worry, the rite of annulment has not arrived.
Much out. They sent for it then. I feared they might have. What else could they do? So Gregor thinks the circle is beyond hope. He probably assumes we are all dead. They abandoned us to our fate. But even trapped as we are, we have survived. If they invoke the rite, however, we will not be able to stand against them.
I love that Gregor's like, there's no way any survived. And then 2 feet in, there's an old woman and 3 children. What happened here?
Let it suffice to say that we had something of a revolt on our hands, led by a mage named Uldred. When he returned from the battle at Ostagar, he tried to take over the circle. As you can see, it didn't work out as he had planned. I don't know what became of Uldred, but I am certain all this is his doing. I will not lose the circle to one man's pride and stupidity.
So what do you intend?
I erected a barrier over the door leading to the rest of the tower, so nothing from inside could attack the children. You will not be able to enter the tower as long as the barrier holds, but I will dispel it if you join with me to save this circle.
We must try to avoid needless slaughter.
Yes, even if we cannot eliminate all the demons and abominations, together we could lead the survivors out. Once Gregor sees that we have made the tower safe, I trust he will tell his men to back down. He is not unreasonable.
Gregor will only accept it if the first enchanter says so.
Then our path is laid out before us. We must save Irving.
Will the children be safe here?
Petra and Kenan will watch them. If we slay all the fiends we encounter on our way, none will get by to threaten the children.
Very well, if you think that is best.
You want us to assist this preachy schoolmistress to rescue these pathetic excuses for mages? They allow themselves to be corralled like cattle, mindless. Now their masters have chosen death for them, and I say, let them have it.
Shut up, Morrigan. I've made my decision. We will help win.
Have it your way.
Petra, Kinan, look after the others. I will be back soon.
Wyn, are you sure you're all right? You were so badly hurt earlier. Maybe I should come along.
The others need your protection more.
Morgan, did you know we live in a society?
Keep them safe and calm.
Pepper's here. The pepper. With dinner for you and not for me? How dare. Oh, one sec. All right, we're back. Let's be off. We have talked away enough time.
If you are ready, let us go end this.
So now we're replacing Morrigan with Wyn for the moment because we only want one mage in our party at a time because we need tanks, and Wyn is going to be our healer, which is very useful.
Yes.
Indeed.
No, Puddle's doing the joke too. Fuck you, Puddle. No. Pepper, look at this.
No!
I'm going to kill you.
Morgan disapproves, -3, because I was like, maybe we shouldn't murder everyone. Alright. So, Wyn is a spirit healer, which means that she has really good healing spells. So this is like a group heal, thank God. This one revives people who have fallen, which is great. This one's like you put a ward on an ally, and then if they die, it revives them automatically. And then this one, like, it's like an aura that comes off of her that regenerates our health and also removes injuries. Meaning once we get her to level 14 and get her cleansing aura, we don't need injury kits anymore. It's really good.
Allow me. I could do that for
I
you.
don't think you can. There we go. Just for mechanical reasons, I should not be bringing Leliana with me, but I like her, so I want her in my party.
Yeah. Here we are. I'm somewhat amazed at myself.
One
for having
second.
kept it in place this long.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna go fix my PlayStation. I'm gonna mute the mic for 1 sec.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
I'm back. Sorry about that. PS4 is working. J Hill, see you in the burb. Okay. You did what you had to do, Win.
It made me very weary at times, but I had to stay strong to keep us safe. Be prepared for anything. I do not know what manner of beasts lurk beyond this barrier. Are you ready?
Jodi, what does it say the temperature is outside?
43 degrees. I'm ready. Destroy the barrier.
All right. Be on your guard.
These are abominations. These are possessed mages. Welcome back, J Hill.
So, here we are.
I did it before the redeem even came in.
Lovely.
Three health poultices. More health poultices, thank you. This is a thing that we're going to do after we finish the mage circle part of the quest.
And so I shall.
Or the mage circle quest, rather. So that's abominations and a anger, hunger demon. What is it? Rage demon. That's what it is. For some reason, I couldn't remember. I was like, it's not anger, because that's not the thing, but it's something very similar to that. Let's revive. Actually, no. Let's group heal. Group heal. Quickly checking for something. So far, this is way easier than Redcliffe was. I'm wondering if I should have done this first. I sometimes forget about the order of things and how you're expected to do them in this game. Oh shit. I was just talking shit. I shouldn't have done that. Uh-oh. Okay. Whoops. Maybe it's easier because I leveled up a bit. That's fair. You can't do the castle and then immediately do Sacred Ashes. Like, it sends you to the Mage Tower next unless you want to do the blood magic thing.
As you desire.
Oh, this time's going much better. Go figure. Oh, it's because one of them didn't come in here, it looks like. Just gonna let everyone regen before we go kill that last one, just in case. The actual difficult enemy came in here with us, so it shouldn't be that. It should just be like a regular abomination, so it's not that bad. But whatever. I'm getting so many regular health poultices here just from picking them up. That's really helpful, actually. Mystical Sight of Power. We should do that. So that counted. So we have to do the Brazilian Forest, the Deep Roads, Denerim, and the Circle Tower. We just did the Circle Tower. What would my battle voice lines be? Oh, God. Good question. I'll have to think about that. Oh, God! Stop! Oh, no! Please!
What are all these statues? Your mages have an unhealthy fascination for women with bowls.
That's a pretty good line, actually.
Please refrain from going into the stockroom. It is a mess, and I've not been able to get it into a state fit to be seen.
What are you doing here?
I was trying to tidy up, but there was little I could do.
I forgot. This is your first time seeing Tranquil if you don't do the mage origin. Don't you want to get out of here?
I tried to leave when things got quiet. That was when I encountered the barrier. Finding no other way out, I returned to work.
Owain, you should have said something. I would have opened the door for you.
The stockroom is familiar. I prefer to be here.
Haven't you come across abominations?
No. I suppose I should count myself lucky. I would prefer not to die. I would prefer it if the tower returned to the way it was. Perhaps Niall will succeed and save us all.
Puddle, that is what they are. I'm sure we're going to get more information soon about that. Succeed at what?
I do not know. But he came here with several others and took the litany of a Drala.
But that protects from mind domination. Is blood magic at work here?
I do not know.
Niall was in the meeting. He would know. Blood magic. I was afraid of this.
What am I supposed to do now?
We should find Niall. The litany will give us a fighting chance against any blood mages we encounter.
I wish you luck. Perhaps this will be over soon and things will return to the way they were. Goodbye.
I don't know, these guys don't seem so tough. I don't know why we're so worried about blood magic. Wow, blood mages are so tough.
Please, please don't kill me.
The people you killed didn't want to die either.
I know I have no right to ask for mercy. I didn't mean for this death and destruction. We were just trying to free ourselves. Aldred told us that the Circle would support Loghain, and Loghain would help us be free of the Chantry. You don't know what it was like. The Templars were watching. Always watching.
You should have expressed your concerns to the Chantry. You should have sent a letter. You should have just asked to not be oppressed anymore. Also, hang on, now that Manal's not here, I can move this over and make it a little bigger. And so you fought back.
The magic was a means to an end. It gave me the power to fight for what I believed.
Fighting for what you believe is commendable, but the ends do not always justify the means.
You don't really believe that,
No.
do you, Win? Change rarely.
No,
comes
Manal isn't back. I think you might have misheard me,
war on
Judith.
the Imperium. She didn't write them a strongly worded letter. She reshaped civilization, freed the slaves, and gave us the Chantry. But people died for it. We thought someone always has to take the first step. Force a change, no matter the cost.
Nothing is worth what you've done to this place.
And now Aldred's gone mad, and we are scattered, doomed to die at the hands of those who seek to right our wrongs.
I wish I could have any option here that's like, yeah, I see what you were coming from. Like, and all you do is wallow in self-pity. Pathetic. I guess that's at least one where I'm not saying you're gonna die.
What else can I do? I'm trapped here.
I will spare you, but I will not help you escape. Closest I can get.
The Maker will surely turn his eyes on you for your mercy.
And so I shall.
So, this game does have some slightly liberal politics. Like, oh, trying to fight to not be surveyed for the entirety of your life is bad, actually. You should have tried to work from within the system. Oh, I don't know about that.
Of course.
Scroll of Bannister, we needed that for one of the collective quests, I'm pretty sure.
Well, all right. As you desire. They won't hear a thing.
I mean, the thing is, J Hill, I do agree with the mages. And I do think that that's a sign, like, the fact that I agree so wholeheartedly with them is maybe a sign of bad writing, because I don't think the games want you to side wholeheartedly. Oh, like, by the time of Inquisition, the games do want you, like, expect you to side with the mages, but I don't think that was always the plan. And I think that they should have, like, I don't think you're ever going to make a story where we need to oppress these people because reason is going to be compelling. Like, it's kind of, they either had to really do what the later games did and just be like, yeah, you're going to side completely with the mages. Of course you're going to side completely with the mages. Or they needed to make it be less about like, oh, we're going to oppress them, and more about like just kind of the balance of like, what can we do? Like what can we do about like how inherently dangerous this is? Look, what can we mages do rather than what can the Templars do? And like you say, like 2 was supposed to be, it's so hard to choose. It really wasn't. 2 is the game that leans the most into like, wow, look at all this horrific abuse that's piled on the mages. Like that one in particular, I'm like, how is anyone choosing the Templars except if they're actively choosing to do an evil run, you know? Walking corpses? Yeah. So much growling whenever you're fighting corpses.
As you desire.
I see enemies on my radar.
Thing.
Natara.
Yes?
We must have victory.
Well, all right. Lovely.
This closet seems to be trembling slightly. You can hear soft whimpers coming from inside it. It's all right. You can come out now.
Are the demons gone? Is it safe? I don't want to die.
I've dealt with them. Trust me.
If you're sure it's safe, I could take a peek outside.
Oh. Ah, yeah. Yes.
I like the camera angle they chose. So we didn't have to see that the armoire wasn't actually opening. Or we didn't have to see him inside it either. Are you hurt?
I have a crick in my back and my bum's gone numb. Oh, holy maker, look at this. Those demons didn't know what hit them, did they? Godwin, Mage of the Circle of Ferelden, at your service.
How did you end up in that closet?
There were demons everywhere.
Dumb question to ask, actually.
I decided that the best thing to do in that situation was to hide and be very, very quiet. I just really want to be somewhere safe. I think I might stay here for now. Maybe go back into my closet for a little while.
No, don't go back in the closet. Trust me, you don't want to... You need to come out. You need to come out. Like, I know it's comforting, but you need to come out. You have to. The closet sucks. You know the closet sucks. I've killed most of the demons. You could escape.
And go where? The Templars have locked the door. I'm just going to stay here and see what happens.
Very well. Take care.
Thank you again for saving me. May we meet again in happier, less life-threatening times.
I know what the closet means, Puddle. I think I'm kind of an expert on this, actually. Trust me. I know what the closet is. I know what he meant. I know who that person is. I get it. Don't you worry. Okay? I know what I'm talking about.
There must be something left. If we get out, we're gonna need gold.
Oh, you are
This is so much easier than Redcliffe was. Like, that was like an enemy with a yellow name, and that was really easy.
Allow me.
Go figure.
I could do that for you.
Liliana, I know for a fact you couldn't do that for me. Creationist's Chord. Okay. Don't know why is it. Why'd you call it that? What does a creationist even mean in this world?
They won't hear a thing. What now?
Manal had to go to a party. The plan was always that Manal would only be here for the beginning of the stream. Unfortunately. So this is a door I'm pretty sure we won't be able to open. That's the door that, like, you go through that door if you do the Mage Origin. It's just like a cave beyond there. If you do the Mage Origin, it is actually kind of cool to come back here and see it all destroyed. Maybe your chat is bugged. What do you mean? Oh, do you mean when Judith said Manala's back? Yeah, that was like, I'm not sure what Judith was talking about. You keep forgetting which game Big Hat Logan is in these games? What? Big Hat Logan is Dark Souls. You know that, right, J-Hill? Cole. Yeah, he's in Inquisition. I can see why you called him that, actually. You know, my hot take, I really like Noah Caldwell-Gervais' video about Dragon Age. I like Cole, though. Like, he didn't like Cole. I like Cole. A statue of Andraste lies defiled. There's a small glass phylactery in its base, somehow sealed within the otherwise solid stone carving. The area is unnaturally cold. Dark shapes swirl around the slip of paper within the vial. I'm going to leave that for right now and save. Something bad of Iron Bull? I like Iron Bull. I like all of the companions in Inquisition except Vivian and Sarah. And Sarah's kind of growing on me. I just don't like the way she talks, especially like when in the first quest where you meet her and she's all about like I stole their pants, and they just keep coming back to that joke over and over again. I was like, okay, come on, sure. And Vivian is just like I don't like her politics. I mean, interesting character. I just don't like her politics, and I can't even pretend to like them well enough to like actually see where her stories go. Oh, is Iron Bull gay? I didn't know that. That is cool. I also like Dorian is gay, and that actually that's actually important. I'm glad they didn't do the player sexual thing in Inquisition. I'm glad that it's just like, no, these characters actually have orientations, and that means some of them are gay, and it's really cool, actually. I'm actually playing a straight person for the first time ever in one of these games. Like, I'm a female Dalish elf, and I'm romancing Solus because I got the idea from Noah Caldwell-Gervais, basically. It seems like an interesting idea for, like, thematics, and I kind of like it so far. Continue. Let's fight this Revenant, see how it is. The glass fractures at your touch.
Now we go into battle.
Another thing about it, the Iron Bull makes several references to being with women. Oh, okay, Revenant is not easier. I'm just gonna focus on healing Sten, and oh, never mind. Let me revive Sten is probably a better idea, actually.
As you say.
Oh, I revived both of them. I didn't know I could do that. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Sten, use a health poultice, please. Okay. I'm not going to fight the fucking Revenant. It's not worth it. I only got through the other Revenant because I switched down to easy. It's not worth even doing it here.
They won't hear a thing.
All this must have belonged to someone important.
You know there's a same-sex only character on both sides? I know Dorian is gay. Who's, like, the woman who's only into women? Is it Vivian? That would make sense.
Lovely.
It's Vivian? Okay. I don't like her, like I don't like her, but in a way where she's well written, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like her in a way that the writers intended for me to not like her. I think she's a very good character.
Well, all right. Allow me. I could do that for you.
Only Bull is bi? No one else? That's interesting. I guess that shouldn't be super surprising, given, like, that Dragon Age 2, every character was player sexual, but I don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting it. I love when there's a thing here that's supposed to be interactable, but you don't know where the mouse is supposed to go to interact with it. Come on. Nope. Found it. There we go. Josephine's also bi. I love Josephine. Josephine is so good. You can never remember his race's name? Kunari. Assuming we're talking about Iron Bull.
As you desire.
You know what's interesting is I have bounced out of Inquisition so many times, but I'm finally playing it on my own time. And, like, it's so interesting that I've spent years being like, I don't think anything could ever top Origins. But now that I'm playing both at the same time, I kind of think Inquisition's better. I mean, I still love Origins, don't get me wrong.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
I feel so bad leaving all these chests behind. I need to have higher cunning immediately. And I'm about to level up, so I can start doing that. Wait, where am I going? Oh, that door. There's a door right there that I just did not see. For years, I thought Inquisition was kind of a bad game, and I'm so glad I'm getting back into it now, because it's actually really good. You just have to kind of give it a chance.
What's all this?
Why is no one attacking? Okay. I think Inquisition is also like... Oh, that's one of the same ones, right? Inquisition is interesting because, like... I mean, in a way, Origins couldn't be this because it's introducing the setting to you. But, like, I think Inquisition, because the setting's already established, is able to do more interesting things with it than Origins is. Like, there's a lot of writing that's just better than any of the writing in Origins because they were able to get away with having more interesting writing about things that weren't already established. Oh, this fight's gonna be rough. Oh no, I gotta get that arcane horror immediately. I guess that's the thing here. DAO has a more solid overall story. That's true, and I think there's a lot less diversion, which also helps it. Like, Inquisition's a very unfocused game, and in some ways I like that, and in other ways it makes it harder to tell a single coherent story. And also, I'm only halfway through Inquisition, so who knows? It could get way worse later. I mean, I do know a lot of what's coming later, but I haven't experienced it for myself, you know? Okay, let me get everyone over where the arcane horror is going to show up so we can just immediately blitz it down. Oh, immediately frozen. Heal me, please. Also, I have to say, in Inquisition, I found a stupid broken build that's a lot of fun to use. And I can't wait to show it off on stream in like a year. Yeah, the combat in Dragon Age 2 is by far the worst in the series, and also I'm probably gonna have to go down in difficulty for this fight. That arcane horror is destroying me immediately. I can't even get over to it in time. I'm not gonna go too hard on this. If I get into a fight that kills me like a couple times and I'm not making progress, I'm just gonna go to easy. I don't care.
Let's see.
So much loud growling. Oh, wow. Please heal me when... It'd be nice if anybody would also attack the arcane horror like I told them to do. There we go. There's Sten. Alright, that was easier. For sure, that was easier. I'm so close to a level. I was hoping that fight would give it to me. Anyway, let's... go back over to normal. Sten gets a level. 1 strength, 2 constitution. Gotta get his constitution harder so we can actually tank. Should I give him trap making just so I have someone who can make traps just in case? You don't need trap making to actually place traps, right? Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's give you bravery. There we go.
And so I shall.
More corpse skull. We need that. More elf root. Thank you. We need that. Statue. Oh, I forgot. This is for a thing later. Yeah, it just hurts me now. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Muted the thing so you all didn't hear it. Yay. 1 second. You thought the stream died? Yeah, fair enough. If I can avoid it, I don't want to hear chat, like... I don't want chat, rather, to hear me, like, coughing or sneezing or whatever on mic. I can always just mute the mic easily to keep that from happening.
And so I shall.
That reminds me. Getting those lyrium potions reminded me I need to set up Wynn's quick bar. Lesser health poultice. Health poultice. Greater health poultice. Lesser lyrium potion. Lyrium potion. Greater lyrium potion. Okay.
Allow me.
I'm giving up so many chests. And, like, I could rectify that by taking the lockpicking skill, but eventually I'm going to get my cunning high enough that even with no lockpicking skill, like, talents taken, I would be able to open all of them, so it feels like such a waste to take them now. How did Liliana manage to... Oh, no, not Liliana. The dog managed to set off a trap. Honestly, if I'm going to keep Liliana in the party, I should give her the lockpicking skill. I mean, she has 2 of those talents. That should be enough. to get some of these locks. I don't know. Cunning, cunning, cunning. So like the way that the lockpicking skills work is every lock in the game has a difficulty of between 10 and 60, I want to say, and the amount that you like, and it just compares that against your score, and your score is your cunning minus 10, and then plus 10 for each rank of like each rank of these talents that you have. So like if you have one level like I do, then it's just your cunning. And I have 26 cunning now. So you think I'd be opening some chests, but I guess I'm just not increasing it fast enough. I might go stealth 2, because like the game doesn't tell you this. The game just says like, oh, at rank 2, the rogue has learned to use items while sneaking. It also means that you can sneak against like enemies that would some enemies that would otherwise detect you. I wish it would tell you that. Oh, I need dexterity to get like all the dual weapon stuff. I need to was it 26 dex for dual weapon expert? It keeps wanting me to put points into dex, but I'm not gonna do it. My dex is already so close to my cunning, and I need my cunning really high. Frustrating. Also, what do I need for evasion later? For evasion, I need 35 dex, but it's such a good skill. What level am I ranking up to right now? 9. I have 3 levels to get up there. Alright, you know what? Fine. I'll put a single point into dex. Fuck you, game. In before rogue with 70 cunning, that is my plan. Like, I'm going to be doing so much damage when I get to that point. It's just a matter of getting to that point. Okay. That wasn't enough of... 2 more points of cunning wasn't enough. Who knew?
Lovely.
But yeah, 70 cunning is enough that you can open every lock in the game with 0 points of... points in that talent tree. Uh-oh. Why are they focusing me down? Please heal me, Win. Thank you. You know, already, I'm actually doing pretty good damage if I can shake off aggro. I wonder what speedruns of DAO look like. Oh, I'm so curious. I love speedruns of games that I love because it's always like they break the game in a way you never would possibly expect. Possessed Templars, okay.
As you desire.
Also, I should say, my Dragon Age Inquisition build is crazy right now. I'm a Knight Enchanter, and there's just a way you can become unkillable as a Knight Enchanter. Just like this... It's kind of exploiting a small glitch, which I'm going to explain more eventually when I play this game, because I'm definitely doing that build again. It's so fun. It's so cool just being a mage and pumping out damage and also being unkillable. It feels so good. Especially after you have to struggle through the early game to get to that point. Excuse me, to get to that point. I haven't said it, and it's probably clear, but just to be explicit about it, the reason I'm stealthing before going into rooms is so that enemies will aggro on my party before me. Because I really don't want aggro. Okay, that's a door into the center. I don't want to do that yet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was not what I wanted.
We must have victory.
Be careful!
Well, Liliana, I saw that miss. Oh wow, my party's dead. That's not great. This is an optional fight too. That's a desire demon, by the way. I was afraid that they would be the way that they look would make them not streamable, but I'm glad that they are streamable. Should I try that again, or should I just move on? I wonder. Might have to cover the screen for one scene. Which scene are you thinking of? It's okay to use spoilers. It's okay to tell spoilers, rather.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
Liliana, you really can't do that for me. I'm sorry. Now, is this next room the one where I go into the Fade? I forget. If so, I'm going to end the stream. Oh, nope, okay. Because I want to save the Fade for next stream. The conversation where we talk with one who's given the Templar the illusion of a happy life. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have to do that. Is the desire demon booby in that like nipply? I don't remember. I was waiting for the corpse explosion, but it didn't happen. The Fade can take like 4 hours. I know. It's tedious, and there are so many mods to skip it, but I don't want to skip it for on stream, you know what I mean? Heavy chainmail, that could be good for Sten. Oh, he has an injury. I forgot. That's to cunning. Who gives a shit? Heavy chainmail. There you go. Take that. Is this where I enter the Fade, or is that later? I'm going to save here, like a full save, just in case.
Lovely.
Thank you. That was an uncomfortable experience.
And so I shall.
Right, that's for that other side quest. The side quest I was showing earlier that involved those like summoning fonts. We'll come back and deal with that later. This is the last floor of the tower, except for like the final boss fight of the tower, I'm pretty sure.
Of course.
I unlocked something. Whoa. It didn't have anything good in it, but I unlocked it. Wow. Oh, here we go. Okay, I am going to be ready to cover the screen if I need to.
Yes, my love. What are we having tonight?
Depending on how nipply she is. Oh, yep, okay. Oh, you know what? That's okay. It's not nipple. Oh, but you're not going to be able to hear anything, are you?
If you just hit the video, the audio will still be there.
The audio will still... Let me actually...
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to pull up the stream and see if I can hear it. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. What in Andraste's name is going on here? What in Andraste's name is going on here? Okay.
Jodi.
Do you hear something, love?
It is
Yeah,
nothing,
okay.
my darling. Door. I will get it. The children have finished supper. Tuck them into bed while I see who it is.
Oh, you were hearing the echo of the... Oh, sorry.
The children will want
Oh, I misunderstood.
I will be but a moment, my pet. You are intruding upon a
Pepper, is that bad enough that we shouldn't show it? No, it's not nips.
What is it?
It's like chain that's just barely covering her nips.
I saw dots.
There's dots, but that's like her pasties. Her pasties. I'm erring on the side of not showing it.
Come over.
It showed up for a split second, and I immediately got rid of the display.
Let me see her again.
You have this Templar ensorcel, don't you?
Happiness.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. I can show this.
Yeah.
There is
Okay.
a certain power in all.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I know.
I have given him
This game is dark fantasy. That means it's mature and sexual.
From a distance, I couldn't tell what that was. I thought it were just her nips.
Yeah. His happiness is an illusion, a cruel lie.
All emotion is intangible. You cannot see it, cannot grasp it.
But it is normally caused by something real. Real events, real people. What you've done to him is abhorrent.
I saw his loneliness and longing for a family that loved him.
I do like his eye moving in the corner like that.
His innermost desires and taken away his will. This is unholy.
No one else would have known his heart. He did not know it himself.
So you think you're doing a good thing?
We are partners. I give him what no one else can, and through him, I experience what it is to be mortal.
Let him go, or I will kill you.
What was that?
Help! There are bandits at the door. They're going to murder the children.
They will not get past me.
Oh wow, Sten's already dead. Revive. Oh, okay. I'm already dead now. Whoops. Oh, Liliana's dead. I really should have brought Alistair instead of Liliana. Am I gonna have to go down to easy again? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go down to easy. Part of me is like, I should just stay on easy so this is frictionless and I can get through the fucking game. But like, there's a little part of like gamer-ness in me, and I hate that fact. But it's just like, no, don't go on easy. You can't play on easy. I genuinely think Rogue is like harder than like, I have played on as a fighter before, and I have never, like, I think I've played on hard the entire run as a fighter. Rogue is actually pretty hard.
Everything is just as you wanted, my knight.
Okay, I'm gonna skip most of this. We've heard most of this.
Our family is more than you. You are
You need to go? Okay, see you later, Puddle. Thank you for being here.
Moment, and I dislike disruptions. I have given him what he always wanted. Where is the harm in that? Oh, but no one else would have known his heart. I fulfill his dreams. I grant him all his desires. Is he my slave, or am I his? We are partners. I give him what no one else can, and through him, I experience what it is to be mortal.
He deserves to be free from you to find his own happiness.
Freedom cannot be given. The Templar must choose it for himself.
He's not going to find it with her hanging over him.
If you help this man, what does he learn? Nothing.
You have a point, Sten.
Our thoughts and spirits are melded. If one perishes, so does the other. Though much of my strength is spent maintaining this link, I am his wife and his children. He will defend me to the death if need be. I want nothing from you. I have what I need. All I ask is that you leave us alone.
Like I said before, it's actually a really good touch to have his eye moving that way, like he's dreaming. I really like that. So you can drain him and move on to someone else? No.
Then you leave me no choice. Help! There are the unnatural are so bothersome.
Speak.
Careful. Now we're going to battle.
Oh look, my bruises form a pretty pattern.
Liliana, that feels inappropriate under the circumstances. Okay, she has 2 bad penalties. Let's give her injury kits. I should check if everyone else is also... Oh, come on. Is anyone else injured? I forget. Only Sten, and his is the cunning. Who gives a shit?
Of course. And so I shall. As you desire.
Probably going to end the stream soon whenever we get to the fade. Uh-oh. More possessed Templars. Did I ever move the difficulty back up? It doesn't feel like it. I should make sure I do that.
I tried to be merciful.
I don't think I moved the difficulty back up. Let's move it back up to normal. The other thing I should say, like, I was like, oh, I've beaten this game on hard before as a fighter. I think the other thing is also that it is generally harder to play games well on stream. This is not just me making excuses, although it is a little bit me making excuses.
Allow me. I could do that for you.
All right, we're immediately going into the center room here. I'm suspicious this is where we enter the Fade. Yep, it is. Okay. In that case, I'm going to end it here. Thank you all for watching. You're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I love you so much. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. If you do, you get special benefits such as emotes, badges, shoutouts, and the possibility of joining Pepper in stream or in her Minecraft realm. Our current Tier 1 grubs are Shiny Warrior Wolf and Nonex. Our current Tier 2 treat is Pie the Queen of Orange, and our current Tier 3 full tummy is Moopy Star. If you want to support the channel in other ways, you can do so via Streamlabs donations or Super Chats. Those go directly to our survival, and they help us a lot, and we super, super appreciate it. Pepper's Blue Sky and Discord server are in the description below. Thank you all for being here so much. I've been having trouble going back into this game because it's like after Dark Souls, it's like a little slower and harder to feel like I'm streaming it well, you know? But I had a lot of fun this time, and I appreciate you all being here, and I hope you're all excited to come back next time for the Fade, everyone's favorite part of the game. And we'll see you all then. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye.